My name's Shawn Ryan. I was a Navy SEAL for 5.5 years. This is everything I'm authorized to tell you. You know you're going to be cold, you know you're going to get hypothermia, but at the end of the day, going to buds is basically like getting kicked in the nuts. And so how do you get prepared for getting kicked in the nuts? You don't. You just take it. How do we keep each other in line? A lot of hazing. You have a tremendous responsibility being a member of a SEAL team, whether you're the communications guy or you're the lead sniper. You might be the guy planning the mission. You might be the point man. And so there is no room for jackassery. And if you're not doing your job to the best of your ability and you're clowning around, then you're going to get tuned up and maybe kicked off the team. And so it's very much a work hard, play hard environment, but if you can't play hard and work hard the next morning, you're not going to make it. When you're in the SEAL team, you are closer with your immediate teammates, your platoon mates, than you are with your own family. And so you eat with them, you sleep with them, you hang out with them, you party with them, you grieve with them. I mean, that is your family. And so you become inseparable. Home on my off time as a SEAL was a lot of happy hours and a lot of ladies' nights and chasing women and drinking booze and probably a bar fight or two. On deployment, an off day looks like a really good workout in the gym and a lot of Xbox. A lot of people pose as a SEAL. I've seen it happen a lot. This is 20 years ago. We would have the support guys going out in town and bragging to everybody that they are a SEAL, it's SEAL Team 8 or SEAL Team 2, and they would go to those specific bars where SEALs hang out. When those bars were empty, that way none of us were in there catching them doing it, but unfortunately we know the bar staff, we know people that work there, and so that word will get around, and a lot of times they would wind up taped to the flagpole naked when everybody shows up to work the next morning. The number one unspoken rule for the SEAL teams was work hard, play hard. As long as you could show up to work, ready to go, pristine condition, and be able to perform, they did not care how hard you played. Some of the jobs I had as a SEAL was, one, I was a point man. Basically, a point man is the point guy when you're doing an infill, entering into a target. You're the navigator, navigating your route in, how you're going to get in, how you're going to get out, how you're going to lead your entire team in. My first mission as a SEAL was to go to Haiti in 2004. There was a lot of civil unrest going on all over Haiti. We staged out of Guantanamo Bay, and basically what we would do is we would fly over on a helicopter every morning and do reconnaissance in all these different towns and villages to report back about the civil unrest. We had prisoners breaking out of prison. It was just complete chaos all over Haiti, bodies all over where on the beach, but it was just a reconnaissance mission. I felt good. Wasn't enough action for me. It made me really hungry for more. I wanted to go to the Middle East. The hairiest mission I've been on was when we went to Baghdad, and this was at SEAL Team 2. There was an election going on, and we had a badass lieutenant who started farming us out to conventional units who were having problems. We would find units that were getting blown up by IEDs or being ambushed on roads. Terrorists would set up roadside bombs, set up ambushes, and they would just blow these vehicles, kill our guys, time and time again. We would go with these conventional units for a couple of weeks, training them up, and then we would actually take them on a real world mission with us. And every time we went out, we would kill the guys that were killing them within 24-hour time frame. I wasn't actually a schoolhouse trained sniper. I was just really good at it. And so when we did all these sniper missions, I was basically aiding the lead sniper and teaching the conventional guys how we do business. It was one of the biggest responsibilities I've held. There was a very small village outside of Taji that was considered black. And so what black means is no U.S. troops or personnel are allowed to drive through, walk through, fly over. You basically just stay completely out of the town because it's so dangerous. This one was out in basically farm fields. And so we took 4 teams, and 4 teams of 2 to 3 guys each, and we'd set them up along this road. So town's here, black town. My OP was the first one right outside of the black town, so it was the most dangerous spot to be in. And then we had our command and control type observation point kind of hidden back in the rear where they could do comms. And about halfway through the day, we got compromised. We were in weeds that were probably about chest high, and so I'd padded down this little hallway, and I was laying in the grass looking at the town like I should have been, probably about 30 meters off the road, and I saw a man walk right by me out of my peripheral, and I noticed when he walked by me, he noticed me. I could see him looking off the side of his eyes through his peripheral. I thought, maybe I'm supposed to kill this individual. He's going into a black town. I wanted to pull us out. I wanted to do an emergency extract because I had compromised the team. The rest of the sniper OPs decided they wanted to stay. They wanted to see how things went. 10 minutes later, we got mortared, probably 4 to 5 different impacts right on top of us. I wanted to emergency extract again because I knew the next thing that was probably going to come was the fighting age males in the village would have walked online through the field and just killed all of us. The next thing that search party did come, but it came with vehicles. We were so well hidden that goats were actually eating vegetation out of our ghillie suits with goat herders seeing this. And so everybody was scared to move when that was happening because you didn't want to alarm one of the goats, and the one goat goes crazy, then the whole herd goes crazy, then the goat herder knows something's going on. So we didn't move. A couple of goat herders had passed. What we noticed was 5 guys coming out of the village, the black village, carrying AK-47s, carrying 105 rounds, carrying wire, shovels, everything you need to basically make an IED explosive. So they walked right past me, and we radioed to the rest of the team that these guys were coming their way, but nobody answered our radio. They started digging. They planted the bomb. All I heard was just shots over and over and over and over. It sounded like a gunfight. It sounded like the bad guys the terrorists were killing my guys because all of us were suppressed, meaning quieter shots, no muzzle flash. It seemed like forever, but it was probably less than a minute. And we kept calling our guys. Hey, what's going on? Hey, what happened? What happened out there? Is anybody out? Are you guys alive? Give me a head count. Nothing. In my head, I knew everybody was dead. And so it was me and 2 other guys, and we just got back to back. And we said, all right, this is it. We're just going to take as many of these people out as we can before they get us. First thing we hear come over the radio, maybe 5-10 minutes later, is, holy shit, we just killed the out of those guys. They had let the Army guys take the shots. They were not suppressed. So I thought their gunshots were the enemy's gunshots, but it was the Army guys, unsuppressed, shooting alongside with our snipers who were suppressed. You know, hearing my guy come out saying that they had just killed those guys was one of the best sounding voices I've ever heard in my life, knowing that my guys were still alive and that we had defeated the enemy. SEALs use a lot of weapons. We use 300 Win Mag sniper rifle. We use a 50 caliber sniper rifle. We use a 7.62 sniper rifle. We use a 5.56 sniper rifle. We have M60 machine guns. We have Mark 48 machine guns. We have Mark 46 machine guns. We have Mark 19 grenade launchers. We have M203 grenade launchers. We have 50 cal machine guns. We have miniguns. We have pretty much anything you can think of that fires a bullet. Main weapon I used was a M4 10-inch barrel with a Night Force suppressor, and secondary was a P226. A suppressor is not a silencer. A lot of people think it's a silencer. It does dub the noise down a lot. You don't need to wear ear protection when you're shooting with a suppressor, but it's not like what you see on the movies where it sounds like a sewing machine. The main point of a suppressor is to suppress the flash that comes out of the end of the muzzle, whether it be pistol or rifle, because if you're shooting at night and you're in a combat scenario, every time you fire that weapon unsuppressed, it's going to leave a signature. The enemy combatants will wait for that flash, and then they'll aim at where the flash came from. So if you have a suppressor and you're on night vision, then they can't tell where the shots came from, so they don't have anything to actually shoot at. Most fun to fire was definitely the Carl Gustav rocket launcher. I can't remember the exact millimeter of the rocket, but it is about this long, packed full of high explosives, and they will take just about anything out that you point it at. So one thing that we would use them a lot for are terrorists hiding in caves. It's good to be familiar with as many weapon systems as you possibly can be. Two, we were in the Middle East, and that's the type of weapons that the terrorists were using, and so we train on all the Soviet-style weapons as well, which are what the enemy combatant, the terrorists, were using at the time. You might be dressed up like a local or somebody from Afghanistan, Iraq, Yemen, Pakistan, wherever you're operating, Syria. You might be dressed up in the local garments. And what does everybody have there? An AK-47. So you could be undercover, and that's the reason you need to be familiar with it. You might run out of ammo on a direct action or some type of a raid where you have to pick up an enemy combatant's weapon and be very familiar with that to continue on with the mission. When you see SEALs in the back of a old Toyota Hilux truck, a lot of times what that is those are many times up armored, but they blend in with the local vehicles as well. So can't get Hiluxes here in the United States, but everywhere else in the world is running around with diesel Toyota Hiluxes, especially in the Middle East. A lot of times we're attached to some type of a partner force, whether that be a force of Afghan commandos or Iraqi commandos or wherever you're at. A lot of times in special operations you're going to be attached to a partner force, and those partner forces use Toyota Hiluxes. If you're in a 100-vehicle convoy with a partner force and there's only 4 vehicles that actually have SEALs in them and the rest of them is a partner force, you don't want to be the guys that are standing out, because if you do get ambushed, it's going to be a dead giveaway. You don't want to make yourself a higher profile target than anybody else on the battlefield. We did a course that was actually put on by the British MI6. We were actually going to go into Eastern Europe, Eastern Bloc countries in Europe, and hunt down warlords and people that have committed war crimes. They put us through a course that taught us how to break into cars, how to hotwire cars, how to blend in, how to surveil somebody on foot, how to surveil somebody in a vehicle, how to surveil somebody in a boat, how to follow them into 50-story buildings, and blend in every type of environment that you can think of and be actually comfortable doing it. I would say the most important piece of equipment that you need in combat is a radio, because radio gets you out of there, it gets you in there, it's your communications, and it is actually the biggest gun on the team because you're calling in the biggest guns. You're calling in A-10s, you're calling in fast movers, you're calling in Apaches, you're calling in Spectre gunship. So I would say that the radio is by far the most critical piece of equipment for a mission. I grew up in a small town in Missouri, about 6,000 people. I was a disturber, troublemaker. I liked to party, I liked to raise hell, but it was a good childhood. I had a really good childhood, very close with my family, my brother and sister. I tried to go into the Marine Corps first, but they wouldn't let me in to go force reconnaissance at the time. They told me I had to go infantry. Then I went to the Army, told them I wanted to be a Green Beret. They kind of laughed me out of the office. I didn't even know what a Navy SEAL was at the time, and the Navy recruiter stuck his head out and was basically said, "Hey, have you ever thought about the SEAL teams?" And gave me a pamphlet. So I went home and went to the library, checked out every book I could possibly find on special operations and Navy SEALs, watched all the documentaries on National Geographic and Discovery, and decided that that's what I was going to do. I wrestled in high school. I wanted to do the most grueling thing I could possibly do in the small town that I grew up in, which was wrestling. So I cut a lot of weight, did a lot of running, really had to work on my swimming. That was the biggest challenge for me, was the swimming. And so I did a lot of laps in the pool. You can't prepare for it mentally. A lot of people never believed that I could make it. I wasn't a superstar athlete. I really wasn't much of an athlete at all. I didn't make good grades. I wasn't the most popular kid in school by any means. And so I think a lot of people thought that I would just go and fail. The only reason I didn't quit is because I didn't want to disappoint my old man, and that's because I felt like I disappointed him a lot as a child. And I wanted to prove to him that, that there was more than what he saw for the previous 18 years. BUDS is the very, very beginning of the pipeline to becoming a Navy SEAL. BUDS stands for Basic Underwater Demolition SEAL Training. They want to know how tough you are. They want to know what you can take. They want to know that you are a team player. They want to know what your physical endurance is like, what your mental toughness is like. And I knew it was going to be tough. I didn't know it was going to be that tough. First phase is very structured. Usually you'll wake up, you will have some sort of a PT event, meaning you're either going to do a 4-mile timed run or a 2 nautical mile swim, or you're going to do an O course, or you may go to the pool and do a pool workout. But you always start off with some type of a physical exercise. Then you'll be getting your ass kicked on the grinder by the instructors with calisthenics, push-ups, pull-ups, sit-ups, flutter kicks, getting sprayed with the hose, getting sand kicked on you. Nice little wake up in the morning, and then that will filter into more beatings until lunch. At lunch, you probably get about 30 minutes. You run back from lunch. It's about 1.5 miles to and from lunch. You run everywhere. And then beatings commence after lunch, well into the evening. Usually you're done by about 9 o'clock at night. You'll probably do some type of rock portage. Those are the little boats that you see out there, those rubber boats with the guys with the paddles and the life jackets, and they have to land those boats on the rocks with the surf. Sometimes the surf can get up to 12, 15-foot swells, and so it makes for a very challenging experience. Hell Week is famously known as the most grueling week of SEAL training. It's 5 days, 5 nights, no sleep. Maybe you might get a little nap here and there, but you are constantly moving. You are constantly in the water. You're freezing your ass off, fighting hypothermia. I believe the water there is a brisk 58 degrees. I was so miserable when I was in Hell Week that I almost quit. My buddy slapped me in the face and told me, "There's no way you're leaving us here." What you don't see on TV and in the documentaries and everything is like I said, you are constantly wet. You're constantly sandy because 90% of the course takes place on the beach. And so the instructor staff, they know that sand gets into every crevice of your body. And they take advantage of that. So they might have you do a 5-mile run after you go get wet and sandy, and that rubs all the skin off your crotch, off your armpits, any skin that's rubbing together, it's going to be raw. Then when that dries, they have you hit the surf, meaning get back in the salt water, which is like dumping hydrochloric acid on your skin, and it's just a constant vicious cycle of doing that over and over and over and over. Everybody that quits has to ring the bell. It's a very humiliating experience. You have to ring the bell in front of your entire class. Most classes, at least when I went through, were right around 200 to 250 people, and then place your helmet in a line right under the bell. So after Hell Week, you will just see a line of 100+ helmets all under that bell. The first time I heard that bell, I was thinking, I hope to God that's not me one day. I did not want to disappoint my father and call him, letting him know that I had quit and didn't have what it took. And once I got that in my head, it never crossed my mind again. They just want to see that you can overcome just about anything, but it's not near as grueling as getting shot in combat or having a limb blown off or something like that, and they want to know that you're going to fight through and still be with the team and not give up. When Hell Week's finished, it's one of the best feelings in the world. They bring the American flag out. It's a big ceremony. You haven't slept in 5 days, and they basically just give you a big congratulations for completing the toughest military training in the world, and then they offer you a pizza. Then there's phase 2, which is dive phase, and that is learning how to do scuba. That's learning closed circuit breathing apparatuses known as a Draeger. The first thing you do is you go through dive physics and dive medical so that you actually understand dive medicine and how deep you can go for how long, things like that. Then once you pass that, then you move into open circuit, which would be what most people consider or call scuba diving. It's called pool comp. It's the last big obstacle that gets people kicked out, that they can't pass. It starts with very minimal tasks. It might be just, hey, put your tanks on underwater. And then it's, all right, your tanks are malfunctioning, you need to take them off, figure out what's going on. All the way up to, you'll be fully jocked up with all your dive equipment, minus fins, and you'll just be crawling on the bottom of the pool. And then a group of instructors will come down. They'll give you what they call a surf hit, which is basically beating the shit out of you underwater. They'll punch your gut, make sure your air is gone, tie your hoses up so you can't breathe out of your breathing apparatus. They'll tie that in knots. They will make your tanks malfunction, turn your air off. Basically what they do is create mass confusion and take all of your air away. And what they want to see is that you can remain calm. You're not going to jet to the surface for air. Get your dive rig back to a functioning way and continue on that track. There's no secret to staying calm down there. You have no air. You just got the shit knocked out of you. You can't figure out what's wrong. You have water in your eyes. I mean, you can't really see. And but you know, it's not supposed to be easy. Open water is a whole new ball game. 9 times out of 10, if we're diving under a ship to plant a bomb, and then we're kicking back out. Sometimes these can be 8-hour excursions, you know, and so they want to see that you're comfortable underwater and that you can handle yourself, and not only yourself, your buddy. You're not diving the coral reef down in Key West. You are diving San Diego Bay, ships, sharks, seals, dolphins that are trained to kill you. So in the early 2000s, the Navy developed the mammal program. And what they were doing were they were training dolphins and seals, the animal, not the special ops. They were training seals and dolphins on anti-swimmers, and I believe it was explosive detection. And so they would train these animals, and then they would send them out, and the dolphins would obviously use their sonar to to find enemy combatants that were trying to plant bombs on ships. So, as a Bud student, guess who the test dummies are? Fortunately, I did not have that experience, but I did wind up in the mammal cages by accident. The only way you know where you're going is you memorize your bearing, you look at your compass, you hit your bearing, and you count your kicks. So my kick count was 66 kicks, was 100 yards. It was about a 6-hour dive, I believe, and my kick count was a little off because of the current. I had the wrong bearing next to the pier that you're diving off of for buds, just so happens to be the mammal program. And so if you look at the top of the water, it is chain link fence. So you'd think that goes all the way down to the bottom. Well, it doesn't. It's more like a cargo net under the water. And they kept saying, Dive Bear 23, you are entering the mammal cages. And I remember looking at my buddy like, f***ing idiots, they're gonna go in the mammal cages. And they kept saying it. I was the lead navigator, and we were completely what appeared to be inside the mammal cages. I looked up, I saw the cargo net, it was going over my wetsuit hood, that's why I didn't feel it, all the way behind us. So when we looked up, we thought we were inside the mammal cages, and kicked like hell to get the hell out of there. Turned out that the net was just draped over top of us, and we were Dive Bear 23. So everybody hits a low point, and so when you have a good guy, a good teammate that puts out, that cares about the rest of the team, when he hits that low point, the rest of the team will help encourage him to get his spirits back up, not to quit, and let him know that, you know, the rest of the team's depending on him. My favorite part was the land warfare phase, which is demolition, firearms, land navigation, basically your land warfare phase. They start to treat you like an actual human being again. And the beatings become less and less. You're learning land navigation, you're learning pistols, you're learning how to shoot rifles, you're learning how to shoot submachine guns, and the best part of all is learning demolition. You're learning how to use C4, TNT, Bangalore torpedoes, data sheet, you name the explosive, we use it. You're blowing up cars, you're blowing up buildings, learning precision demolition, you're blowing things up in the water, like obstacles that they'll put out into the ocean. You'll dive down, plant a haversack on them, and blow it right there in place. I love to blow shit up. The first weapon I trained on was a Sig Sauer P226 9mm handgun. I think they start with the handgun because the handgun is the most challenging weapon to master in firearms. And once you have the fundamentals of handgun shooting down, then all the other kind of shooting, just with all the other platforms, just kind of falls into place. SEALs are such good shots because we train. It gets ingrained in you. And so even in buds, you're going to spend a week to 2 weeks of dry firing. And what I mean by dry firing is no bullets, no nothing, you just your weapon. And so you come out just like you're shooting just like you're shooting for real with real bullets, but you get your form down. It just want all the motions, all the grips, everything, sight alignment, grip, the way you hold it, the way you present your pistol, everything has to be perfect. And then by the time that you put a real bullet in that weapon, it goes right where it needs to go. And then you'll do the same thing with rifle. You'll take your M4, you'll start shooting, dry firing for a week, maybe 2 weeks, before a live round ever leaves that barrel. You'll know exactly what you're doing. I left the SEALs for a multitude of reasons. I didn't get enough action. I was very, very gung-ho about going to war. We did the Haiti thing, then we went to Germany, then we went to Afghanistan, did a little bit in Afghanistan, did a lot in Iraq, but I didn't want to do another 6 years for a very small portion of it to be in combat. I saw what 20 plus years will do to somebody, to their body, to their home life. Pretty much everybody I know was divorced or has been divorced or was getting a divorce. A lot of them didn't know their kids very good. Your platoon, your teammates, are your primary family, and the families are the secondary. And I knew that if I stayed in at the rate I was going, that I was going to be a very lonely person come retirement. I wanted to try business. I became a real estate agent, and I failed miserably at it and got into a fire academy. I found out that I wasn't going to have a guaranteed job and that it would likely take about 2.5 years before I did get a full-time job as a firefighter. I didn't have time. I don't have 2.5 years to wait around. A friend of mine gave me a call and told me that he wanted me to try out for this contracting program. He said, this is a black program. I can't tell you who we're actually working for, but I can assure you that everybody who's in this program or even gets a chance to try out for this program has to have had a special ops background. And about 6 months later, I got a call to show up at a specific location, what kind of gear I needed, and that I was going to be a tryout. And so I went, I did the tryout. It took about a month. When we finished the tryout, they had told us that the client that we were going to be working for was Central Intelligence Agency. Pay was astronomically higher. It was probably 4 to 5 times higher than I was making as a SEAL. The deployment cycle as a contractor is kind of on you. I liked to do 60 days on, 60 days off. At the end, I was doing 45 days on, 45 days off. Some guys like to do 90, 120 days out, 1 week back. It's kind of all up to you and how much you want to give them and how much you want to give your family. When I left the agency, I started a tactical training company. It grew very fast. Got to train Keanu Reeves for John Wick 3. That was pretty much the height of it. Then I got really tired of it after doing the job for real for 14 years, give or take a little bit. I had grown a pretty successful YouTube channel from the tactics training videos that I would put out. And so I decided that I wanted to document history from the people who were there, the way it actually happened. So I started the Shawn Ryan Show for a couple of reasons. I really got tired of watching the mainstream media talk about all the events that I was a part of or that my colleagues were a part of. It was always somebody that had never been there. And veterans didn't have a voice. And I wanted to bring that out and talk to guys like myself who had been through that and how they got out of it. So everybody that I brought on at the beginning had found some type of success through entrepreneurship and had been through the low points, the addictions, to adrenaline, to substance abuse, to broken families, to suicide attempts. You have been in a fight or flight state for as long as your career was, basically. More adrenaline dumps than anybody else you could possibly imagine. Multiple adrenaline dumps a day. That's a lot of chemicals, being released into your brain. It becomes an addiction for adrenaline. My coping mechanisms were finding new ways to get an adrenaline release. Lots and lots of sleep meds, everything from Ambien, Valium, Xanax, lorazepam, anything I could get my hands on, opiates, hydrocodone, tramadol, you name it, I'll take it. I moved out of the country to Colombia, South America. I lived in Medellin for quite a while, and I got really into cocaine and started going into the worst neighborhoods I could find in Colombia to find where to buy cocaine from. And And when that got boring, then I would go to another country and I would start doing it there. At the worst point in my life, I was drinking 2/5 of vodka a day. I would wake up and have about 1/5 of vodka in mini bottles that would be everywhere, all over my house, in my car, in my bedroom, everywhere. And then at night after dinner, I would just crack open 1/5 out of the freezer and start going to town on that, wash down my pills to go to sleep, which by the end of it, they didn't even really put me to sleep. And then I would wake up with a nice pick-me-up of Adderall or some other type of stimulant to keep me going, and it just became this vicious cycle for years and years and years. When you are a SEAL, there's not much support. It's not something that they like to address. They don't want to bring any light to that. It makes the units look bad, and so a lot of them pretend like it's never happening. Nobody wanted to go to medical because everybody wanted to go on the mission. And so if you went to medical, everybody was scared that it might be some type of chronic illness or injury that would take them off the mission, so a lot of guys would hide it. I had a hernia that I got in basic training, and I refused to tell them all the way through because I was scared that they were going to pull my SEAL contract out from under me. So I went all the way through basic training with a bulging hernia in my groin, and finally told them when I was done. I've had multiple concussions from explosions, from being blown up, blowing cars up, shooting huge rocket launchers like Carl Gustav's, falling out of helicopters. I don't even know how high we were because it was dark, and I missed the rope and fell out of the helo, but it was 50 feet or less. A lot of wear and tear from humping the mountains of Afghanistan, a lot of wear and tear from buds, major back issues, those kind of things. I've never been shot. A lot of us have the same injuries and the same symptoms, and deal with PTSD and deal with traumatic brain injury and stuff like that. And when you get out, though, there are a lot of resources. Not very many government resources. The government doesn't do a very good job at treating these things. It's a dark time for a lot of guys, especially when they get out. We're not used to slow-paced environments. We're not used to not having adrenaline dumps. We're not used to integrating into a civilian environment, and we're not used to having to deal with feelings. You have a mission to do. That's the only reason you're there. And so when you get out, and you have to learn patience. I guess I'll say that. And a lot of guys don't have very good patience when they get out. But what there are is a lot of veterans out there who have started nonprofits, and the focus of the nonprofit is what worked for them, whether that's group therapy or psychedelic therapy, or going to hyperbaric chambers to try to repair your brain health. I did 2 different psychedelics. The first one was Ibogaine, which is about a 12-hour experience. It's like watching your entire life through a different perspective. And then you do what they call 5-MeO-DMT. It's basically an ego death, and it is a death experience. That was the most intuitive experience that I've ever had, and when I came out of the death experience and experienced the bliss, I could feel and see a flow of energy coming from the ocean onto the shore, into the grass, up the trees, and for the first time in my life, I've realized that everything is connected and everything is one. It was really intense. I came back. I didn't need any of my meds anymore. I quit drinking. I'm sober 2.5 years. I quit smoking cannabis. I quit a lot of things. And I was present with my family. It brings hope to all the guys that are getting out that hear this. They hear the low points that these guys, including myself, went through, and they realize it's not impossible. It gives them hope.
My name is Kenneth Valentine, a veteran of the United States Secret Service, including protecting 3 sitting presidents, and this is everything that I'm authorized to tell you. Truth is that the Secret Service is anything but secret. Everything we do is on the front page of the news every single day, and so when you have a success, we shrink into the darkness. People don't even think about you. If you have a failure, it's front page news. The Butler, Pennsylvania shooting has been difficult on many fronts. We failed, the Secret Service failed. You know, the first and foremost is that one person died inside a secured event. 3 other people, including former president, were wounded inside that event. There's just no way you can't use the word failure when shots are fired into what is supposed to be a secured venue. I was actually clued in by a text from multiple agents because I was in the hospital with my mother who was about to have open heart surgery, and I had to commandeer the TV in the room from her bedside roommate and put it on a news show to pick up what was happening. I have to assume that we didn't follow our own protocol, that we did not pay attention to detail, which is one of the mantras of the Presidential Protection Detail is to pay attention to detail. And that's one of the failures that I see with Butler is not only was he able to get off rounds, but he was able to focus in, to see the protectee from outside the venue and to put those shots in with some accuracy. So that's actually multiple failures. You don't want to be reacting to the sound of gunshot because those bullets have already whizzed past if you hear it. When prevention doesn't work and now you're reacting, your job is to cover the protectee and then to evacuate that protectee. And the cover looked outstanding. The reaction by the detail was very good. They were very fast. It was fearless, as it should be. Their training kicked in, and they did exactly what we trained to do, which is get on top of that protectee and put them down. Put them down behind some assets and resources where they can't take another intentional, focused shot at the protectee. There are a myriad of ways that could have been and should have been prevented that weren't that day. Shipping containers blocking line of sight. You can't use a shipping container, which is going to stop the bullets. Could you use a flag? Could you use a banner? Could you turn that stage to where the back of the stage is now facing that threat zone that maybe you don't have all the resources to post, but you could cant the stage such that it takes away that line of sight. And now your line of sight is an empty field. Bulletproof glass. We use that at the National Lighting of the Christmas Tree every year for outdoor events. And so those resources are there. I think the investigation's going to have to ask those hard questions as to why weren't those kind of resources used for this event. A lot of what you see is kind of like the tip of the iceberg. You saw the protective detail around President Trump, and they're the ones in the suits that reacted and jumped on top of him and then tried to effect that getaway from the scene. You also saw counter assault team members who came out from their position kind of out of sight at a tactical position, but now they've come out of that tactical position into actual tactics. You saw them on stage because they had the helmets and the black gear. They collaborate and train with Navy SEALs, with Delta, with FBI HRT. So it's a very specialized team. They're highly trained. The images that the media shows over and over on the rooftop was our counter sniper units. So if I'm not mistaken, that's the first round one of our United States Secret Service counter snipers have ever fired at another human being. And it was a perfect shot. The evacuation looked like it met with some difficulty, and part of the problem was the protectee himself. President Trump had for him, the presence of mind to signal to the American people that I'm okay and that we're going to win this battle. Now that's great. That gave me some relief watching from my mom's hospital room. So him sticking his head up high and exposing himself was a big problem that day. And what you're looking for is compliance. You know, ideally you would want to double them over and walk them out, and hopefully they assist you in that endeavor. If they don't, And I suspect what the training is now going to say is, don't expect their help, immobilize them and get them prone. If you have to, carry them out. The way I was trained is you put your hand on the back of their head, and with one arm around their waist, if you push their head forward, they will comply. And they will start moving forward. And the same if you pull them backwards, they really come under your control at that point if you get that working. It's amazingly easy, even if you have to, make them uncomfortable or even hurt them a little bit in the process. That is more important. "9/11, hard for me to let go of, and I was on the first of 2 coveted days off in a row. And then my pager went off, and it was my boss. I'm at home, I'm ready to go. I said, if you need me to do something, I'm your guy, let's go. And he said, you know what, pack a bag and stand by. And I said, yes, sir. And I was angry, I might have hit something. I got a 4th page, and they said, get to the White House immediately. Close to midnight, we were rotating through our posts, and we get the crackle over the radio saying, we've got an inbound aircraft. I immediately think of a jumbo passenger jet full of gas. We got an altitude, we got a direction of travel, and we got a speed, and it was on a high-speed mission directly for the White House. So we did not have minutes, we had more like seconds. But the President and the First Lady had been released to go upstairs to the residence for the night. And so once their evacuation was complete, my job was to stay and fight, and then to be the point when they made their reentry. The problem was we weren't talking about a ground attack. I was left behind with a machine gun, a pistol, a radio, and a gas mask to fight what I thought was a jumbo jet that was going to crash the house any second. It wasn't a good time to argue. The circumstances are different. You just suck it up and do it. And so I covered that evacuation, and then I looked on the ground floor of the White House. Where might I survive? What if it hits at the wrong angle and there's a chance? Where would that chance be? And it was the west wall of the original White House. It has a wide archway. And I thought, if I stand in this archway and the plane hits just right and the fireball doesn't burn me alive, maybe, just maybe, there's a chance that I survive this. And so I went and stood in that archway with all my gear, my stuff, and I had what seemed like an eternity to stand there and ponder my own demise. But I remember being at great peace, and I just thought, well, I guess this is how it ends. And I've seen what happens when these big planes hit these buildings. And I knew that the wingspan of a 747 was wider than the White House itself. So it was probably all going down, and everything was going to be burned. I thought about my wife for a second, and I said, well, Lord, here I come, I'm ready. They're going to put a plaque for me up over at headquarters, and that's just all she wrote. And it wasn't too much longer that we got the crackle back on the radio that the plane had been identified, that there was no emergency, that we could unevacuate the White House. He just wasn't on the right frequency, and he didn't have his transponder turned on. So they just had no way to identify him without visually identifying him. That Air Force pilot came a lot closer to dying that night than I did, but I sure didn't know that at the time. Part of training to be a presidential or vice presidential agent is being shot at. And you need to know what that sounds like. You need to know what it feels like even. They absolutely light you up with paintballs and with plastic paint bullets and shot from real weapons. But if you do it wrong, you can count on being shot. And if you stick your head up where it shouldn't be stuck up, you're going to taste some of that paintball in your mouth, because the instructors are just that good with those weapons. And so they know the mistakes that agents are going to make in training. They've seen it all before. Being shot at is no fun, I can tell you that. And that really drives you as a Secret Service agent to bolster up prevention, because we don't want to be shot at. We want to prevent the shots from happening in the first place. So you get hit, you pay for it. It hurts, and you've got those bruises for for a few weeks to think about what you did wrong. The very first thing that special agents have to do is go through a 2-week training course in Washington, D.C. And this is really your intro course to being a part of the Secret Service family. The second step is a trip to Glencoe, Georgia, to the Federal Law Enforcement Training Center. You learn about defensive driving, you learn about shooting and control tactics, handcuffing, a little bit of fighting, a little bit of federal law enforcement in terms of surveillance and arrest, and a lot of classroom. And then you're sent to the Secret Service Training School, just outside of DC. And this is where the road gets a little rougher. We start with 24. Typically, most make it. In my class, 19 out of the 24 made it. A lot of times we would have a schedule that said that the next day is all classroom, and that's a sort of a relaxing thing to know ahead of time that hey, it's all classroom. You can come dressed in your fatigues with your polo, and we're just going to be in the classroom all day. And that never seemed to work out. We would show up and the instructor would be in his workout attire, shorts and a t-shirts, and he says, "What are y'all doing dressed in those clothes? Get your PT gear on now and let's go." As our lead instructor, we had a gentleman who was a former Marine Corps officer who then had served in the CIA. He'd been in the Secret Service for a good while. He'd been on the Presidential Protection Detail, and he pushed us hard. The training lasts about 6 months. Between those 3 stops in D.C. down to Glencoe, Georgia, and back to D.C. is about 6 months. 1 week where you're learning about constitutional law, and then at the end of the day, you're headed to the long range to shoot long guns. And we would shoot everything from pistols, and that could be a 9mm, 40mm, 38 Special, up to MP5s and M4s, and then our snipers, who come from our uniform division, have sniper type rifles, which are much bigger and longer. Look, I was the freak. I showed up there with right eye dominant, but I closed my right eye, and so what they worked with me because I was looking down the barrel of a pistol with my left eye, and I had just made it work all these years, but it was a bad habit, and so they moved me to a different stance, more of an open stance, and keeping both eyes open, and that was what ended up working for me. We missed those Uzis. Those were great guns. When I came into the Secret Service, that was the standard long gun for agents. And so we were all trained on the Uzi. We had that outstanding Samsonite briefcase with the Uzi in it, and we all got trained on that. But it got replaced by the MP5 probably back in the early 2000s. One of the funner parts of training was just the familiarization courses that we would be put through. And one of those, when I was on the Presidential Protection Detail, was a familiarization with the sounds. They took us out to Fort Meade, and they fired rounds over our head from various weapons. And so we got to hear what an M4 sounds like when 5.56 rounds are going over your head, or what an AK-47 rounds sound like when they're going over your head, or what a 50 cal sniper rifle sounds like when those rounds are cracking over. And very distinct sounds. You don't forget them once you've heard them, but they also taught you how to take an AK-47 apart and put it back together. What do you want to do if you want to disable a weapon that an assailant dropped and left behind and render it safe? Part of the training that we received was called control tactics. So control tactics includes hand-to-hand type exercises and combat, if you will, to knife fights, and then how to disarm somebody with a weapon. And so all of that goes into play. We start in a mat room, and you've got a rubber knife or a rubber gun, and you're working it out. You're doing it wrong 6 times to get it right 1 time, and now we've got it. Let's do it again. And these instructors, typically all a black belt in some sort of discipline, whether it's jiu-jitsu or Kempo karate or taekwondo. And so we're really getting a hodgepodge of all of those things. A lot of Gracie jiu-jitsu moves that really do work well, because we don't want to stay and fight. We want to subdue, we want to bring someone into compliance, and then we need to shove off and move. We have an axiom that we say: maximum to the protectee, minimum to the problem. You know what? Anyone can win any fight any day, and a lot of that comes back to your training and how well you train. But if you're caught off guard, if you're not mentally prepared, if you're not physically prepared, you're probably going to lose. Everyone thinks that somehow we're a spy agency or an intelligence agency, and it's really quite the opposite. We are strictly law enforcement. We use intelligence. We try to gain intelligence, but that's usually handed to us. And so we certainly need intelligence about protective efforts, about threats against the president. Attempts on the president are rare, but certainly people who would like to make an attempt are not rare. We've seen celebrities make threats, and John Wilkes Booth was probably the most famous actor in America. Everyone knew who he was at that play that night, and he was allowed to walk backstage and have access to the presidential box because of who he was. There was one comedian who displayed the severed head of a president and was interviewed about that. We're going to talk to that person and find out, what's the intent here? If someone is squawking and talking, be it on the internet or at a bar or with friends and family about their intent to do harm to one of our protectees, we investigate that. We investigate every single one of those. How serious were you? Were you drunk? Were you off your medication? What was the cause of you making that threat? We keep records on those. We track them. We educate ourselves on them. And I don't know if there's a Secret Service agent alive who hadn't been at a party or a bar or somewhere. Even family members will say things that, depending on who the president is or what their political leanings were, that they would say something inappropriate. So yeah, I've been in the presence of people who've said some really stupid things and either steer the conversation the other way because they don't know I'm an agent, or just tell them flat out, hey, you need to stop before you say something you're going to regret. Even the patients at these mental institutions were given access to telephones at different times of the day, and we knew some of them by name and I knew several of them by voice, because every time they got unfettered access to a telephone, they would call our office, and they would start down this road, and they would talk into our telephone recording until it ran out of tape, and talking about, I want to kill the president, I want to do this, I want to do that, and they'd email whitehouse.gov, I'm going to kill the president. People would just do stupid things, and there is a line to be crossed. It's a little blurry, but once you've crossed it, you're going to get interviewed. Secret Service protects the sitting U.S. president, their family, the sitting U.S. vice president and their family, former presidents of the United States, and then visiting heads of state. I think right now the Secret Service is protecting upwards of 40 people. But on any given day, heads of state visit the United States. Certainly when the UN General Assembly is in session, it becomes hundreds of people. Trust in the Secret Service is critical, not only trust between the agents and the hierarchy, but also trust with your protectee. So if your protectee doesn't trust you, that's a huge problem. And that's a big reason why in the early 90s, when President Clinton went through the Monica Lewinsky scandal and all that, the Secret Service was subpoenaed to testify during that scandal, and we fought it. There's not a non-disclosure for embarrassing information, but that's where agents have to kind of earn their keep. They have to be worthy of trust and confidence, that they're not going to, go off telling these stories and, divulging things. We lost, so we did have to testify. But we want to be able to have and enjoy that kind of trust with the protectees, where they can know that they can be themselves, that they can do the job that they've been elected to do. I came into the Clinton administration during his last year, and I was the junior guy who was told to shut up and keep your head down, and you need to figure out why you're here first. And so President Clinton really didn't get out and do a whole lot during that last year. Went on a few trips with him, but wouldn't say that I got to know him all that well. Probably gotten to know him better since he is a former president. President George W. Bush, I was there for his first 4 years, and that's when I really started making strides within the detail in terms of your advance preparation. So you're building your resume the whole time, working your way up to being a lead advance agent. I ran with him. He certainly appreciated the agents who were assigned to run with him, because he was a heck of a runner, and so those agents stood out to him. But it wasn't like a buddy kind of thing. we had a job to do. He had a job to do. He had some very good friends, and they were not agents. So President Obama was different, though, because I was assigned to him when he was still a senator. And I was already a senior agent. I had already done the president's detail with 2 other presidents. We would go out for 3 weeks and then come back for 3 weeks. And so I came back from being with him, and my wife mysteriously becomes pregnant right after I get home. And I'm going out on my 3-week tour with Senator Obama, and it's time for my wife's ultrasound to find out if it's a boy or girl. And we always found out with all 5 kids. We're not on Air Force One, we're on a little private jet that somebody rented for him. There's a lot more intimacy when it's like that. And so I told this agent who was single with no kids, I said, hey, we're having another girl in the back of this little bitty plane. The senator had 2 staffers on the plane with him. And Reggie Love was one of them. Reggie hears this. He just turns around and he says, hey, Barack, Ken's having another girl. Not where I wanted the conversation to go. Well, I don't really want to have these kind of personal conversations with any of the protectees because we're trying to keep it professional. And so he turns around and he says, you're having another girl, huh? And I said, yes, sir. And he said, well, how many does that make? I struggled with that for just a nanosecond because I didn't want to lie to him, but I didn't want to not tell him the whole truth. So I said, well, sir, this will be number 5, 3 boys, 2 girls. And he was so taken aback by that number, 5 kids? And he held up his hand and he said, 5? Kind of forgot where I was for a second. And I said, yes, sir, 5. And we're pretty sure this last one, your fault. And in my mind, I'm thinking back to being gone for 3 weeks and coming home and, happy to be home, all that kind of stuff. And he was like, well, I don't know what to do with that, but as long as I'm not paying for college, congratulations. So the point of all that is that I didn't have favorites necessarily, but the familiarity was different with each of those. And so Senator Obama gets elected president. I get promoted to go back to the president's detail at the same time. I'll never forget the first time he saw me when I was back. And so big reunion, big hug, and there's just that familiarity. Whereas, these other 200 people that he sees, on a daily or weekly basis, there's just no frame of reference. But for me, I think it went back to that day on the plane when he thought I was accusing him of being the father of my kids. We dress for success in a little different way, and we try to in kind of like a chameleon, fit in with our environment so that the casual observer, maybe from a distance, doesn't know, is that a Secret Service agent or is that a high-ranking department official? The special agents typically wear suits, and the truth is the suits, they don't help you buy those suits. So Joe Banks had a, buy one, get 22 free, and so I had a bunch of Joe Banks suits for a while. The wear and tear on the suits is immense. I would wear holes where the gun leather, hit my hip. I would wear a hole in my pants, and then in my jacket, there would be a hole where the hammer was covered. So sunglasses if it's sunny or if you just don't want your eye gaze to be detectable. The bulletproof vest was a requirement. You've got your issued sidearm, and we fluctuated in caliber, maybe depending on the low bidder, I don't know, but it was either a SIG or a Glock and a 9 or a 40 back to 9. You would carry extra ammo, so at least 1 extra magazine. Most agents carried at least 2 extra. We all carry the same gun. We all carry the same ammo, so that if you are out of ammo, you can get more from a partner or teammate. If there's a gun on the floor, you can pick it up and use it because you've been trained on that weapon. You've got handcuffs. You've got an issued extendable baton and a flashlight, and that was kind of minimal equipment. Everyone assigned to the president's detail had some kind of cool flashlight. They didn't issue those things, so you had to buy your own. And so that it was another way to kind of be cool, is to have the latest and greatest flashlight that you spent more than your salary on, to have at your disposal in case the lights go out and we're in a pickle. A lot of times agents were encouraged to carry an IFAC kit. And so it's just a trauma kit that, in case you are shot or your protectee is bleeding, that you've got it, immediate access to first aid equipment, a tourniquet, something to cover that wound and start that medical treatment immediately. So we also carried pagers back in the day, which then transitioned to a phone and a radio. You always had a radio. Some guys would carry backup batteries to radios because they didn't always work that well. I hope they got that worked out by now. But there's information that you carry with you just in case that I wouldn't be comfortable revealing. But there are diagrams and information about the president, about our plans, about our means and methods. But that's about all I'm authorized to divulge there. If a Secret Service agent loses equipment, it's a big deal. Certainly a weapon or even a baton. Maybe the worst thing of all that an agent can lose is their PIN. Because if you lose your PIN, now someone can impersonate you just by virtue of wearing that PIN. Now, it won't get you access to too many places, but we protect those, we number them. If you lose one, it goes out to the entire Secret Service to say, hey, Valentine lost his blue PIN number, 44221, and now it's entered into the National Criminal Information Database as a lost item if it's recovered. When agents would wobble a little bit on not blending or fitting in, then yeah, I'd call them out for it. In one specific instance, a pair of white Oakley big frame sunglasses that just didn't fit the circumstance. I went up to this agent and I said, you really thought long and hard about it and decided to wear those sunglasses anyway? And he said, hey, come on, man. My mom said these are pretty cool. And I said, well, that should have been your first sign that they don't work. So I don't want to see them again. There's not a lot that I'm authorized to say about the car. I know a lot of people call it the Beast, but I can tell you, we did not refer to that car as the Beast. I think that was a media invention that kind of caught on. In fact, when I was on the President's detail, we took delivery of the first upgraded car that they refer to as the Beast. And every car that we used prior to that time was a real car that was pulled off the line in Detroit, was likely sawed in half, stretched, and then armored it. In the process, the car now weighs too much for the frame. The tires won't support it, the suspension won't carry it, the brakes won't stop it, and the engine won't pull it. Those were not ideal. In fact, the first time I drove the President was in an old style car. I missed the drop-off point by about 12 feet because I'm standing on the brakes and the car won't stop. And that's just the way it was. You needed some lead up time to get that thing rolling, and so it just wasn't ideal. Those upgraded cars that we've had since about 2000 are really not a car at all. It's an armored system that looks like a car, much more like a tank that's got a plastic car wrapped around it. And so it's got a Cadillac dash, it's got Cadillac furnishings on the inside, it's got a nice steering wheel, but the workings of that car actually work. You step on the gas and that thing goes. I mean, it's got a huge engine in it. The tires support it. I mean, it really is quite a beast in terms of its capability, but it does have a downside, and it does not fly and it does not float. We get some really funny looks when we're in transport mode without him because we don't have our own gas pumps. We take it to a local gas station and put high octane gas in that thing, and people are driving by looking at us and taking pictures and getting a kick out of the fact that they think that might be the President's car, getting gassed up at the Chevron oil station. The only people authorized to drive that car are the Presidential Protective Detail agents who are currently assigned to the transportation section. We've built out a program called the Protective Operations Driving Course, and it's not nothing. It's a tough course. It's a 2-week class that you have to pass in order to remain in that section and to be eligible to drive with the President in the car. we always travel with a mechanic. And it's one of the coolest things I thought about the President's detail. The mechanics are not agents; they're protective support technicians. That's their title, and we recruit them from the ranks of certified mechanics out there. And these guys are certified GM, ASE certified mechanics who are also trained and carry weapons. So in their toolbox, they've got a gun. You know, they put the suit on. They have to qualify with the weapons. They have to requalify with the weapons, you know, all the time. And we rely on them very heavily. But they are one of the greatest assets we have that people have no idea. And they're in every motorcade. So if the car breaks down, they're assessing it immediately. And one time we were simply driving from the Air Force Base where we landed, taking the cars to the hotel, and I was driving the limo, and it just broke down and stopped. And I called the mechanic on the radio, and I said, "Hey, the car," and we got practically a motorcade with a police escort getting the cars from the airport to the hotel. And the mechanic came up and assessed, and he said, "Hey, it's the alternator." And this mechanic had that alternator swapped out in minutes. You know, if we hadn't told anyone, no one would have known. The second inauguration of President George W. Bush and the Capitol to the White House, we rode part of the time, we walked part of the time. We would practice and rehearse being shot at, being, you know, having rocks and all kinds of things thrown at you, and we would practice, what are we going to do? You're there really to prevent someone from getting too close to the car. On that day, people started throwing, we came to a certain group of people that were, you know, throwing snowballs, and some of them had rocks in them. Someone threw a fish. I don't know if it was a goldfish or a, you know, something they bought at the store or what, but you know, people do stupid things out there. And I remember driving the limo for President Bush, and, you know, people turn around and moon you or do weird things, hold up crazy signs, but, you know, not threatening, just kind of silly. Air Force One, for me, was a total joy because every time you got back to Air Force One, you knew you could relax for just a minute. You know, everyone could loosen their tie a little bit and relax. And if it was a long flight, you know, the agents could even catch a nap, could take that vest off and air out a little bit, you know, and let your hair down just a little bit. The food was outstanding as well. Funny thing was, I remember leaving the ranch kind of early on in my presidential career, and thinking, I wonder what we're going to eat on the plane, because we're riding from Texas back to D.C., and it's during a meal time, so we're about to be treated to a pretty cool meal. And it was hot dogs and potato chips. And I remember thinking, what the heck, man? Who ordered this? Well, it turned out that's what the president wanted, so that's what everyone got. A couple of weeks after the trip, you got a bill. And you had to pay for all the food that was consumed on the plane. And so they would add up all the food, everything that was consumed on a trip was weighed and measured, and they added that up, divided it by the number of people traveling on the plane, and you got a bill. So that was a little bit of a shocker for me coming in, just assuming that, you know, that the G's going to take care of you and you got all this good stuff. Stairs are always a problem and an issue, and I'll tell you why. You know, you see a president stumble, you see them, you know, unsure. Well, part of it is that. It's a different set of stairs getting up there almost every time, unless they're at Andrews. All of the ones that let the president in that upper door, the door with the presidential seal on it, the door that creates that iconic opportunity to turn around and wave to the country. The problem is those stairs are built into a truck. And so you have to drive a stair truck up to Air Force One, and they tend to be slippery when wet or cold. Air Force One has built-in stairs, a set of rear built-in stairs that, you know, you wouldn't want the president to walk up, and then it has a front set of stairs that can fold down. That camera shot is blocked by the motorcade, by people that are kind of clogging up that view. So Air Force One is a great way to go, but it's not the best way to go, because the press plane is absolutely the best way to travel. They have so much freedom on that plane and so much food, and it's just a lighter environment. And it's a beautiful thing because we will buy seats on that plane, and the plane is only partially filled, and the press knows how to have fun. I mean, they have a great time. There's a lot of laughter, and agents who know will choose to go over on the press plane. I was still in my mom's hospital room thinking this is going to change the rest of my life because I am branded as a former Secret Service agent, as a retired agent. And, when people ask you, what do you do? And I say, I'm a retired Secret Service agent. Now it's going to be about Butler. They don't care about the books. They don't care about the speeches. They don't care about the leadership training. They want to know what happened at Butler. And I knew standing there in my mom's hospital room that this was going to change the conversation, not this week, not for the next month or year, but for the rest of my life. It's going to be about what happened at Butler. President Trump was the sitting president for 4 years. He was defeated in an election, and now he's coming back running again. And you don't typically see that. When we look at protecting people, there's a lot of anger pointed toward our politicians. In conjunction with the temperature of our country, should have signaled to leadership that this is a big deal. Butler's ultimate failure, in my opinion, is going to go back to leadership. Certainly we saw the Secret Service director come and testify and not give satisfactory answers to some pretty simple questions. And it goes above that to the Department of Homeland Security, and I don't think we've seen anyone from the Department of Homeland Security be pressed on their leadership of the Secret Service. And ever since Secret Service moved from Treasury to DHS in the wake of 9/11, I think the culture of the Secret Service has been impacted by that move. And autonomy for the Secret Service means that we have the ability to innovate and the ability to lead. When you get to dictate where your protectee goes, especially given a little bit of time, you can do a whole lot to render that place safe. And so whether it's the president going golfing or going for a run, with a little bit of heads up, we can deploy assets and literally clear an area for them to operate in that's safe and secure. A lot of people have asked me recently about the future of the Secret Service, and do you see a bright future for the Secret Service? And my answer is going to be yes. Every time something happens that makes them reassess, they will come back stronger. There's no excuse for error, for failure, but their success is going to be tied to their ability to get out of DHS and get back to Treasury Department. And then, let's get us back to the time when, 1 in 10,000 applicants was accepted for the job. And so I started as a special agent in 1996 and retired in 2020. Secret Service has mandatory retirement at 57, and I think it used to be 55. It got bumped to 57, but at 57, you're put to pasture and you can go do something else. I think there's a lot of agents that their identity is so wrapped up in that whole Secret Service thing, or maybe that whole law enforcement thing, the badge, is their whole identity. And boy, I was really ready. After 24 years, I let go of that pretty easily. I think I was ready. There is a jading that happens too, and you go into a restaurant, and after doing it one way for 24 years, that's a little hard to give up. And so my wife will point out if I'm being hypervigilant about our surroundings, about the exit doors, about who's coming in, and looking them over and assessing what's going on. And that's my cue that okay, I need to calm down, or I need to relax a little bit. I've tried to get better about that, but I think it's part of your DNA at this point. I think you've been changed, and so I just go into scenarios and situations, and given the opportunity, I do think about, well, if this breaks bad, I'll sit in church and think, if somebody comes in here shooting the place up, what are we going to do? I'm not sure I'll ever recover from that. I'm not sure I need to, but it does change you. And it makes you a pretty formidable asset to a company or to whoever's going to hire you in the afterlife. But these days, my life is consumed with reliving the past through leadership training and teaching and coaching and mentoring. And so on the side, I'm writing books and going out and giving speeches, but leadership is my focus now. The first book that I wrote was called Cheating Death, which was really a combination of letters to my kids combined with advice and then stories from the Secret Service. And the second book is really an offshoot of the first book. It's called Staying Sharp. It'll be out in February.
My name is David Marquet. I commanded a nuclear-powered, fast-attack Los Angeles-class submarine, one of the most powerful, lethal, and silent weapons on the planet. This is everything I'm authorized to tell you. You're poorly fed, poorly rested, feel like you're under stress basically all the time. There's so many things that can kill you, let alone the enemy. But that was the deal. We were on a mission, defending liberal democracy. Everybody is just working together. Nuclear submarines are classified as nuclear because they have a nuclear propulsion unit. So the thing that drives the submarine is a nuclear reactor. Currently, the U.S. has a fleet of submarines. First, they're the attack submarines. The SSNs, that's the sexy job. This is the kind of submarine that I commanded. The attack submarines are like the fighter jets of the submarine force. We go far, far in front of all the friendly forces, and we operate deep in enemy territory. The other kind of submarine that we have, we call boomers, or ballistic missile submarines, and they're identified by the designator SSBN, which means ballistic missile. The N at the end means it's nuclear powered. SS is the Navy code for submarines, so SSBN. These submarines are there in case there's a nuclear attack on the United States. These submarines can't be targeted. They're so good at hiding, they can be quieter than the ocean around them. We had two basic kinds of weapons, Tomahawk missiles and torpedoes. Mark 48, heavyweight torpedo. One of the things that makes the American submarine so good is the torpedo tubes aren't at the front of the submarine and don't shoot straight out. We move the torpedo room back about a quarter of the way, and it's at the bottom. And the torpedo tubes are angled, they're canted, we say, on the sides of the submarines. So if you want to shoot a target that's straight ahead, the submarine, you have to make these mental calculations. The torpedo goes out at an angle, and then it's got to align. So this is a mathematical problem. It's one of the reasons why not all navies do this. Secondly, there's an engineering problem, because if they shoot the torpedo out the side and the water catches the torpedo, it doesn't impulse out fast enough, then it can kind of get jammed, or it's like sticking your hand out the car window kind of a deal. But when you can do it, now you move this noisy room, which is the torpedo room, back away from the sonar system. So the sonar system sits way up here in this quiet area, so it can hear better. Because it's back here, the submarine hull itself shields some of the noise. So if I were going to shoot a guy over here on the left, I would shoot him from a right side tube, because the submarine in the middle will mask the sound of the torpedo going out. It starts heading for the target, and it stays quiet. You want to stay quiet as long as possible. And it's trailing a wire behind it, which is connecting the torpedo to the submarine. And it's a two-way wire. So we're continue to monitor the target. No sound, no sound, no sound from the target. Target doesn't know it's coming. Good. Just keep going. Or all of a sudden, maybe big burst of noise from the target. We see here the propellers going. Oh, they're turning. They must have detected the torpedo. But now I can steer right 5 degrees. We can steer the torpedo. And the torpedo tells us what it's seeing. It's sending back these cryptic messages. So here's the target. Torpedo's coming in. It actually never hits the ship. It'll go under the ship and it detonates. We're going to blow a big hole in the ocean. Why? Because ships are designed to be stabilized by all this water around them. And when there's a big hole in the middle, it goes like this, and it cracks in half. Even a big destroyer, only the captain's the person who can authorize that. It's tragic. We never like to sink a ship and kill people because it's not, we're humans. And it also means if you had to do it, it means that deterrence in a sense failed because you're at war. So, but like if you mess around, we're going to put you on the bottom. We're going to chase you till you can't stay awake, and then we're going to put you on the bottom. We have two basic kinds of missiles in submarines. One, we have these Tomahawks. They can go 1,000 miles. These are the kind of missiles where you see in the news, the Navy launched missiles into, at the beginning of the Iraq War, they launched missiles into Iraq. They're about the same size of a torpedo. In fact, they're designed so that they use the same handling equipment, basically. They go through the same size tube and all this kind of stuff. And the way that works here is you get an order to launch missiles. Now, as a submarine commander, you don't really know what's at the other end. You can read the targeting package. We're just kind of the armory that gets it there and then launches it safely. And it goes up in the air, then it does its thing. So you would only launch those on order from higher up. Then a whole nother level, nuclear. So that's highly controlled. You have to get one of these specially formatted messages. You have to decode right, and then it has to say the right thing in the message. And then we break these codes, and you have two sets of officers independently checking, sort of like two-party authentication on your phone, but the links are longer. But let's say the link is like 1, 2, Alpha Bravo. And so you'll have one group of officers, you have a pair over here, and they're like, 1, 2, Alpha Bravo. And then the officer is looking at the message, looks at it, and says it matches 1, 2, Alpha Bravo. And then over here in a different part of this, a few feet away, another pair of officers doing the same thing, but they'll do it backwards. So those like Bravo, Alpha, 2, 1. And so we're doing this multiple ways to make sure that no one makes a mistake and it's an authorized, and it's a thing. And then they come together and they agree, and they talk to the weapons officer and the second in command and the captain, and they have to all agree. So it's a very serious business. At a moral level, you know you're ordering the death of people. It's not like the movies. It's not cool. You're not happy. It's sobering. The captain on a submarine has a lot of authority to punish people, a scary amount of authority. So I can fine a person, I can reduce them in rank, which would take them maybe 2-3 years to recover from. Well, actually, you never recover because you're always then behind. So that's terrible because then you also lose pay. I put them in 3 days bread and water. If I want to do more than that, I got to get someone's permission. So there's this big code book, we call it the UCMJ, Uniform Code of Military Justice. It's got all these rules about what punishments basically are assigned to different things. So some of the really bad things to do are AWOL, or unauthorized absence, leaving your post, falling asleep on watch. Insubordination, I'd say, is incredibly rare. I cannot remember a time when someone deliberately didn't follow their orders, which is good, but it's also bad because then you got to be really careful when you give an order. They're going to do it. They're going to try and do it. And if it's not right, they're going to try and still do it. And so you got to be really, really, I learned the hard way on this one. Integrity is really, really taken seriously. Whatever you say, we're going to believe you. The ballistic missile submarines have a lot of pressure to get underway at sea. We got to get out there with our missiles. This pressure to get to sea trickles down through the ship, and you come into port, you have a few days to fix everything that's wrong and go back out to sea. Sad situation happened when I was engineer. I had a chief who was I would say he was a good guy in the engineering department who took a shortcut. There was a technical thing with these bolts where the bolt head needs to be tight enough on the bolt threaded part that it's actually sticking out on the other side a little bit. I normally wouldn't do this, but I was looking at these bolts on this one big piece of equipment, and it just didn't look like it was right. And I said, that's weird, because there's sign-offs. It turns out that this chief had cut corners, signed off that they were good to go when he didn't know they were good to go. So he was gone the next day. Most of the time to get communications, you got to stick a mast out of the water because radio waves don't penetrate the ocean. So you come shallow, you stick a mast out. There's satellites that go overhead at certain times. They download this burst, so they can download a lot of data in a very short period of time. So when the message comes in, if it's not in the right format, then it's not a valid message. Doesn't matter what it says. And the codes change all the time. It's like encryption on your computer. Things are coded at one end and uncoded at the other end. So it's got to get through all these wickets before you even read it and pay attention. We had a funny situation happen. This was during an exercise. We were in an exercise, we were supposed to sink another submarine. We had an exercise torpedo. So you take the warheads off and it's painted orange. Because we've been playing this cat and mouse game with the submarine, we haven't cleared the broadcast. And time comes up and one of the junior officers, because we're so used to operating in peacetime, is like, oh, I need to raise the mast and clear the message traffic. And I kind of lost my cool then because, no, we're at war. We got to sink this guy, and then we can get the admin messages later. Most of your radio communications comes from these satellite communications, but we also have a backup. The backup is called ELF, extremely low frequency. So these are the big long antennas that are out in Minnesota and they make the cow milk turn green. Just kidding. And they send these really long radio waves out so that the antennas need to be really, really long to send out a long wave. And because of really long wavelength, low frequency means that they penetrate the first little bit of the ocean. But we can run an antenna up that runs close to the surface of the ocean, and it can receive ELF radio. It's very limited data. So you get 3 letters. That's all you get. And then you look in a code book, it's ABC, nothing, ABC, nothing. But every once in a while, a letter will say, oh, we have something urgent for you. You got to come up and get your regular message. If you're on an SSBN, you are always getting these things because they always need to be ready to go into launch mode, and they are. And it's big, it's a huge deal if you're changing depth or something and you lost one radio mode before you get the other one. That's a huge deal. So you practice. You're always 100.0% of the time you have connectivity. Submarines can do things that you can't do on a lot of other ships. There was an exhibit at the Smithsonian that showed one of these things, so I know I can talk about it. It's called an underhull. Let's say the Chinese or the Russians have this ship that we don't really know what it does, but it kind of sits there, doesn't really move, and we kind of get suspicious that, well, maybe it's dropping something or it's got something underneath it. So next time the ship gets underway, we have a submarine nearby. Sneak up, look up, see what's underneath the ship. We can do stuff like that. We can also collect intelligence from cell phone towers, radio waves, from radio transmissions between ships. Submarines are really, really good at this because they don't know you're there, so they act like they would normally act. They make the same communications, they get the same permissions, and we might not know exactly what they all mean at the time, but we collect it all, put it on these hard drives, send it back, and we build up this library of how they talk, and then you start to build up these patterns, which is really, really important. We spend a lot of time getting ready for war. Our philosophy is the more ready we are for war, the less likely war will happen. The more capable we are of sinking the enemy, the less likely the enemy is going to try something like invade Taiwan or something. So one of the things that you need to be able to do is operate your submarine for a long time out in enemy waters. Most of the time we don't advertise these things, but sometimes we'll do something. It's in international waters, so it's all legal. We'll shoot an exercise weapon or we'll shoot an actual war shot. We do this every once in a while. We need to send these little signals, hey, we can do this, don't mess with us. If you come after us, we're gonna punch you in the nose, and we'll punch you in the nose so hard, you're going down, you're not coming up. You'd be surprised at how hard we work to follow all the rules. And when I mean rules, I mean like rules of international law and where you can drive the submarines. We don't go sneaking in other countries' water. When we want to go someplace, we get permissions. But there are some traditional and legal waterways where you can go. For example, the Strait of Malacca, which is the waterway between Asia, basically, and the Indian Ocean that goes past Singapore and Malaysia, Strait of Malacca. But because it's one of these international straits, it's legal to go through there. We go through on the surface, fly an American flag. It's all above board. If there's land, then you draw a 12-mile circle around the land, if it's an island. Some countries, like the Chinese, they're taking these like underwater atolls that don't break the surface, or haven't in 1,000 years, and piling up with concrete, and then say, oh, that's an island now, and they draw a 12-mile circle around it. And we're like, no, that's not legal. So in a case like that, we would drive there, but it's not like we don't think we're violating international law. We think we're enforcing it by driving there. But if we did that, we'd probably send a destroyer or something that would be obvious to see. You don't send something that's secret and say, oh, by the way, we went over there. I think the public would be surprised at just how busy and active everybody on the submarine is. You're underfed or you're malfed, you're under-rested. You have your operational job, you're standing watch, and everyone on the submarine has to do that, officers and enlisted guys. Then when you're off watch, you have more responsibilities. You have to do cleaning. You have to do some of this minor maintenance, changing oil, checking machines, changing gaskets, fixing a small oil leak, that kind of thing. And for the officers, we're not necessarily doing the cleaning, but planning what happens next, where are we going to go, how are we going to get there, getting the charts ready, looking for hazards. Okay, we need to go around this way because there's some uncharted seamounts, whatever it is. Then on top of that, we have training. Well, we'll do, say, a fire drill. A fire on a submarine is an all hands, everybody's involved. We sound the alarm, everyone wakes up, mans their station, mans their gear. Then you got to put out the fire, and then you got to put all the equipment away, so that's like half an hour. And this could happen at any time. Two worst things on a submarine are fire and flooding. The most common cause of fire on a submarine, it's mundane, it's dryer lint. There's one washing machine and one dryer, you got 140 guys. So they're pretty much going all the time. Flooding is really bad also. Flooding can put you on the bottom. And so first of all, it starts with design of the submarine. So if the water sprays out, takes out the electrical panels, we can still operate some of these key valves without any electricity. And then if you have really bad flooding, then you have to emergency blow up to the surface. So we have these two handles in the control room. They're called chicken switches. And they also do not require electricity to operate. And they allow this compressed air in these cylinders to go through a very short length of pipe. It goes into the ballast tanks, blows the water out of the bottom of the ballast tanks. Submarine rises very rapidly. I never had to do that for real. We would practice it. There's a couple big rooms on the submarine: the engine room, the torpedo room, and the mess decks. The mess decks are where the crew eats. We have two dining rooms. We have a little dining room for the officers we call the ward room, W-A-R-D room. There's a table, long table, assigned seating, 12 chairs around the table. Then we have the mess decks, again, long tables. It's like picnic tables set up. And the submarines, you could decorate your mess deck. So on Santa Fe, which was named after Santa Fe, New Mexico, we had pictures of the ship's logo and, painted cacti and it's just a little kind of spirit thing. The space is so limited. So when we go to sea with 140 people, we only have 117 actually built-in beds. So a bunch of people are going to be sharing beds. We call it hot racking because person gets out of bed and goes on duty, and person on duty gets in the bed. It's still warm from the body heat. When you go to sea, you typically go out with 90 days worth of food. So when you go on one of these 6-month deployments, a couple times during the deployment, you'll stop and you'll bring on more food. Most of the food is dehydrated or canned or frozen. Your fresh food, basically 3 days, and then there's no more lettuce. And it's a big deal. Food's a big deal because there's not much else that you can do that's fun and socially brings the crew together. There are certain staples that submarine sailors like. One is hamburgers, which we call sliders. One is pizza, which we always serve on Friday night. And one is ice cream. And we have an ice cream machine. We call it the Auto Dog, which isn't pleasant to think about, but it's a very important machine. So like you have the machine that makes oxygen, and then you have the ice cream machine. We try and maintain all the rituals. So we'll celebrate Thanksgiving and Christmas holiday, and we have halfway night's a big celebration. The mail is a big deal. Hearing from the families is a big deal. Well, back when I was doing my time as a submariner, so I'm talking like 80s, 90s, early thousands, the families were allowed to send these very short cryptic messages, like 40-word messages. And then, of course, you're dealing with people in their 20s and 30s. So you can imagine, like, some of the wives are trying to sneak in, like, little sexy things. And so you kind of let that go. But you can't say, for example, traumatic news like, hey, your dad died. We'd filter that out and make sure the sailor got that in some kind of a controlled way if they were sent that. And we bring the sailor in. They always know it's better. Like if the captain and chief of the boat are sitting there and they call you in for they already know it's not good. And you just tell them this is the deal, and that at the next port we're going to send you home. When you're on a submarine, you don't really have a sense of where you are in the ocean. You try and block it out, the fact that, hey, I'm hundreds of feet under the water. Submarine's very quiet. So it's kind of like a library where even though we don't really have to, we kind of speak in quiet hush tones. You do hear things. There's a lot of sound in the ocean, and most of it we know what it is. Oh, so that's an oil well, 1,000 miles away. I can't say we understand everything that goes on there. And sometimes the sound bends and distorts, and it's strange sometimes. I joined the Navy because we were in the middle of the Cold War. I was this geeky kid in high school, and my dad was a scientist, and I was on track. I should have been a scientist, but I really felt passionately about what we stood for with the Constitution and liberal democracy. So I graduated from high school in 1977. About 4 weeks later, right after July 4th, I reported to the Naval Academy as a plebe. You're in the Navy at that point. The day you show up, they cut your hair, you just line up in these long lines, you get your uniforms, just like you see in the movies. I loved it, and I had a small group of guys. I was a physics major, and we would study together. I knew I wanted to be a submariner because it just matched my personality. It was quiet, introverted, 3D chess was my jam, and it's hard to get accepted in the submarine force if you don't have a decent technical background. There's two paths into the submarine force. There's the officers and the enlisted. In the U.S. Armed Forces, we have this dichotomy, and it's basically split. If you have a college degree, you're going to become an officer, and if you don't have a college degree, you're going to become an enlisted person. It has nothing to do with intelligence or motivation. It's good for the force to have a diversity of thinkers, but most of the guys are engineers, physics majors, math majors, that kind of thing, because you're running a nuclear reactor. I had all A's, so I graduated right at the top of the class. And at the Naval Academy, have a thing called Service Selection Night, which is, I think, maybe like 6 months before you graduate, maybe a little bit longer. You get to express your preference for where you want to go. Rarely were people forced to go into submarines. There is separate training for the submarine force. Most of it is technical. But there's a screening process, which I just vaguely remember. There's these psychological exams that you take, and they ask you questions like, you have free on Saturday night, what would you rather do? Stay at home and read a book, or go to a bar with your friends? Stay at home, read a book. So that's the kind of question. Hey, if this happened, would you be mad, sad, happy, whatever. And so we're looking for people like no drama mama kind of people. We do a lot of training that puts people under stressful situations. One of the most memorable trainers that we have is a flooding simulator. It's basically a small room. So it's a couple floors high, but it's not very big. You have a team. There's maybe 6 of you. You have these little, we call them bandits, or these little straps and plugs for patching leaks and holes. They tell you, so here's what's going to happen. The water's going to spray out. If you guys don't patch the leaks, the water's going to keep rising and you all die. Well, what they don't tell you, the water is friggin' cold and it hits you with force. It's like a fire hose that's at 33 degrees. And so you're sort of stunned. And the instinct is, oh, I see a hole, I see water spraying out, let me go do it. But that's the instinct that kills you. Why? Because what you need to do is get the holes on the bottom first. Because what happens is, if there's a hole down here and then the water starts to fill up, once the water fills up past that hole, it's super hard to patch that hole because then you don't see it, you don't know what's down there. And so there are a lot of these things where your instinct is to do A, but you need to do B, and so you need to kind of override your impulsive instincts to do the right thing. But then you get through that, and everyone's laughing, and not everyone makes it through the training process. And if someone's ill-suited, they generally self-select out of the program because they know, hey, this isn't for me. So I graduated from the Naval Academy in 1981. So we're in the height of the Cold War. Typical deployment cycle is 6 months, plus or minus sometimes a little bit. So the whole cycle is a 1.5 year training, 6-month deployment. A 1.5 year workup, 6-month deployment. During the 1.5 year workup, you're at sea about 1/3 of the time. My favorite deployments are my first deployment when I was a junior officer on board the Sunfish, because this is back in the Cold War. And the Sunfish was a SSN, and it was super cool. Sunfish operated out of Charleston, South Carolina. You go out locally, maybe down the Bahamas, up and down the East Coast, and you would train, you would operate the submarine, you would get everybody up to speed. As a junior officer, on the operational side, I was officer of the deck, so I was drive the ship for 6 hours once a day, and I'd have various division officer jobs. I had a captain who was sort of a very strict, formal, authoritarian guy, but still a guy who really knew his stuff and you would follow into battle. Then he was replaced by a guy named Marquet, and who later became an admiral. And Admiral Pelias was great. He was really good at empowerment. If it was varsity level stuff, he needed someone to drive the ship, he'd get me up there. So we're getting ready for one of these deployments. We're going to go up and chase the Soviets around. And there's a part of the Atlantic Ocean which we call the GI-UK gap, which is Greenland, Iceland, UK. And the Soviets, if they were going to come out in the Atlantic, had to come through that GI-UK gap. So we're off the coast of Charleston, so we're not anywhere near any Russian submarines. And I'm on the periscope. We're just doing a training exercise, and we're just tootling around. I look out, and I see this merchant ship on the horizon. And we use the sonar system very judiciously on the submarine. We listen all the time, because listening is quiet. No one knows you're there. We're collecting, we're listening. We occasionally use active sonar, which is what you see in the movies, like ping, pew. And so you go out with this big pulse of sound, and then you get an echo back. It's a trade-off, because as soon as you do that, that sound can be heard a lot further than when you get useful information back. So it can be heard for miles and miles. And it can be fingerprinted into not just a submarine, but a U.S. submarine. So we're very judicious. We don't use it. You need the captain's permission to use this active sonar. And I was talking to the sonar supervisor. Wouldn't it be cool if we could go active and get all the sonarmen up here so they could actually see what it looks like? And then all of a sudden I hear this voice, the captain's voice. He says, well, why don't you just tell me what you intend to do? I said, well, Captain, I intend to go active on sonar. So he says, okay, and he walks away. I'm like, what? So it's like basically like your dad handing the keys to Ferrari to you or something like that. It's crazy. And it's just like, it's so cool. Like the hair is sticking up on my neck right now, well, many years later. And we get all the sonar men, they come and they look at the stuff, see what it looks like. We rotate them through, rotate some of the other crew members through. And we do it for 5 or 10 minutes, and then, you know, we're done. We got all the training out of it. And this playful attitude, this attitude of, like this curiosity, like this was just me being a student again, a kid, and it was so cool. So then every time I went back on watch, the guys were like, hey, Lieutenant Marquet, can we do this? Can we do, let's go see how steep we can go down, and the last minute pull, or let's throw the rudder, let's go fast, flank, and then we'll throw the rudder over hard. So again, this was training off the US coast, so you wouldn't necessarily do this stuff unless you were running away from a torpedo or something. But because of that, we really understood what the submarine could really do, not just theoretically. We go to the GI-UK gap. We're going up to where we thought the Soviets would be operating. We're looking for Soviets. We want to make sure that if we had to go to war with them, that we knew where the submarines were so we could take them out. You know, you're young, it's exciting, you're doing this super cool thing that even now we can't talk about all the stuff that we did. And so that was cool. And we did good stuff. I can tell you, you know, we would have kicked. There's no doubt. The hierarchy in a submarine is defined and is very clear. And there's always a backup person, a second in command, a deputy, or an alternate. And we'd run drills where we'd incapacitate the captain, because what we're trying to see is, can the ship operate without the captain? Because the captain may become incapacitated. Typically, a person doesn't keel over from a heart attack, but we had, so for example, the second in command, his father became really ill, so we needed to send him off the ship so he could go back to be with his dad, so we filled in. An officer's career path would be division officer, department head, second in command, XO, we call him executive officer, first in command, commanding officer, captain. On the enlisted side, it's a little bit different, but you move to what we call the COB, chief of the boat. Advancement in the Navy, both for officers and enlisted, is highly technical. No one gets advanced because, you know, they're good looking or someone really, you know, likes them or things like that. It's a meritocracy. On a submarine, there are 4 main departments. There's engineering. Those guys run the reactor. That is the biggest department. There's weapons, as you might expect. These guys maintain the missiles, the torpedoes, and the missile tubes and the torpedo tubes. There's what we call nav ops, or navigation operations. These guys run the charts. Where are we? The radio room. You get these missions that come in, and then the ops guys plan out, okay, we're here, they're there, how are we going to get there, when are we going to, that kind of thing. And then the final department is supply. They feed the crew, they manage all the spare parts, which is a big thing because you need to have all these parts, you have all these lockers all through the submarine, and then you need to know where the part is. The vast majority of senior submarine officers and admirals from the submarine force came through the engineering pipeline. There's 3 options: engineer, weapons officer, or nav ops. I did well in the schools that mattered for engineering, so I was pretty confident. So I wasn't too surprised when I got selected to be an engineer. Now the thing I didn't want to be an engineer on a ship in maintenance, because then you could spend 2 years, you might spend your entire time, 2-3 years, without actually driving a submarine. And that's death of a career. So I wanted a ship that was operational. I got vectored to the Will Rogers. The Will Rogers was one of these ballistic missile submarines. We were operating out of Holylock, Scotland. The Will Rogers was a ship in trouble. The ship had failed an important exam before I got there. This is an exam that basically lets them handle nuclear weapons. So it was one of the deterrent submarines. So they needed to do everything under supervision, and that's a terrible place to be. And then number 2 is they had a collision with a Scottish fishing trawler. Going there was a hard job. I was engineer. I was not a very good engineer. It was a really hard time for me. Fortunately, I squeaked through the cracks and I got advanced to the next level. I was coming up through the ranks of the submarine force, and I got selected to be a submarine commander, which was I wasn't sure it was going to happen because I'd had this kind of dismal time on the Will Rogers. But I got selected. I was super excited. Being a submarine captain was, that's what my dream job was. That's what I wanted. You have maybe 10 to 12 junior officers, but you only have one captain. So there's kind of a 10-to-1 down select going from just once you're inside the submarine force. What the Navy does, because there's such a reliance on technical knowledge, is we send you to school for 12 months for the ship that you're going to command. And so there's this very orchestrated and choreographed system where we know you're going to command for 3 years. So at the 2-year point, we pick your successor, and then we send them to school. And at the 3-year point, they graduate from the school and they come out and they relieve you, and you go to your next job, and they take the ship for 3 years. And then 2 years into that, we pick their successor. I was identified what submarine I was going to go to, and it was a kind of submarine that was pretty well known to me. So a lot of what I was learning was stuff that was refresher for stuff that I already knew. And at the very end, what happened was there's someone at the 2-year point. It was the captain of the USS Santa Fe. There was a family issue going on with him, so he wasn't like 100%, like it was a distraction. And he said, you know what? Someone else got to do this. And he stepped aside. So now the Navy has a submarine, no captain. And I just graduated from the school. And the officer who ran the school picked me. And I talked to him afterwards, and I said, well, why'd you pick me? He said, well, you're really curious. And this curiosity, I think, is going to stand you well. And I had no idea. He was so right, though. The Santa Fe only had 2 problems. She had the worst morale and the worst performance of the fleet. She had the worst re-enlistment rate in the Navy and had a bad reputation for getting the job done. The Santa Fe was a different kind of submarine. It was different. I'd never been on a submarine like this. Different reactor plant, had missile tubes. They moved the position of the fairwater planes down here. So now I'm about to take over the worst performing submarine on the fleet with the worst morale, and I don't know the ship. So that was scary. So I had 2 weeks to take over, and my head is like Alice in Wonderland. I just kind of walked around, I talked to people, but they're all looking at the floor, and it was dispiriting. Because one, they knew, they've been told, hey, you're the worst. The morale was bad, and now their boss quits. And they get this guy who wasn't even trained for their ship. And I make a big mistake. We're going to run an exercise, and the exercise is we call a reactor scram. We're going to shut down a reactor. There's only one reactor. When you have the reactor on a nuclear submarine, it's amazing. You can surge through the water. You have all this power. You can run the refrigerators and the air conditioners and all the lights you want. When you don't have the reactor, it's terrible. You're draining down the battery. And so the drill we like to run, because I just wanted to see how the crew would react. And so we start the drill. I turn to the officer because I wanted to make it harder. And I say, hey, let's speed up on the electric motor, which is going to drain more current, drain the battery faster, and really compress the time. And it's going to add stress, basically, to the team. And I'm trying to, see just how bad we are. But it was an order that couldn't be done. It's essentially, hey, shift into second gear on a motor with 1 gear. And the sailor's like, he doesn't do anything. He was supposed to turn a knob and like, hey, what's going on? He says, Captain, there is no second gear. I'm laughing, but it was horrifying. That's like basic stuff. Now I'm looking at my shoes. And I look at the officer and I said, you know about this? He said, yes, sir, I did. I'm like, well, why'd you order it? Because you told me to. And then my whole life flashed before my eyes because I was so deeply ingrained in this idea that leaders make good decisions and they tell people what to do. And it was just all blew up in 1 second because there's no way I was going to be the one who knew what to do because I wasn't trained on the submarine. I know what we wanted to achieve, but what levers to push to make it happen, I was the wrong guy. So I got the officers together. I said, the drill's over. I said, how about this? How about I just stop giving orders? And they're like, huh, what? So I reached all the way back to that moment on the Sunfish when Goliath asked me, well, Marquet, what do you intend to do? Say, Captain, I intend to submerge the ship. I intend to start the reactor. I intend to load torpedoes. I intend to change pizza from Friday to Saturday. Nope, don't do that. I think it was pretty novel, this language-based focus on using the word intent rather than getting permission. But it did spread throughout the submarine force. Part of it is because over the next 10 years of all these junior officers on board Santa Fe, there was a disproportionate number that became submarine commanders, 10 of them. 10 guys, which is a huge number. And no one would have predicted it, including, least of all me, what happened. This conversion of people from order takers, where we're reliant on the captain to have all the answers to 135 people thinking. I said we used to go from one thinker and 135 doers to 135 thinkers. People like to solve problems. And submariners are highly trained. And you want to be good. And so they would work extra hard. And so morale went. Prior to that day, in the previous 12 months, we only re-enlisted 10% of the sailors, 1 in 10. Starting that day, it was 100%. Over the next 12 months, every sailor, a year from this date where I made a decision never to give any orders, we were inspected by the Navy. So these guys spend 3 days watching you do all this stuff. They're all taking notes. It's top to bottom, inside out audit. The inspection team, the officer, the captain on the inspection team, so he's senior to me, he says the highest score we've ever seen. It's the highest score we have records of. And no one could understand. Like, well, a year ago, these guys couldn't get underway on time. What happened? People didn't understand that it was because now we were activating this thinking. We were getting everybody thinking. And that's like that's the real dark side to being a leader who makes it happen. You think you're making it happen. You're like leaning into your team. You want your team to lean into you. American, UK, what the Australians are building towards, all have a certain capability which is going to be envied by the rest of the world. Very close to them are, I would say, guys like Japan, which have a very robust, highly capable submarine force, but they're not nuclear, so they can't do quite as much. But Japan, of course, they don't need to go as far to get to the battlefield. So a couple of things we could do. One, stay at sea for a long time because the equipment doesn't break, and if it breaks, sailors can fix it. So this ability to be there for a long period is really hard to combat that. It's really hard to build a defense system because it's not like you're trying to defend for a 10-minute attack. You're like, you don't know when the attack's going to come, and you got to defend for 6 months. Other countries keep their submarine for sea at a long time. It breaks, they got to go in. Or it just starts to degrade slowly, so it starts to rattle more, makes more sound. In other countries, they're much more reliant on the captain. The U.S., we have this really deep bench. And that you take away one officer, it doesn't really matter. Take away another, it still doesn't matter. Because everyone just they fill up into the ranks, and we practice it. We're always saying like, oh, well, if you were me, what would you do? If you were the captain right now, what would you do? And we kind of see, okay, how are they thinking? How are they thinking through how are they solving the problems? How are they managing the crew? How are they managing the problem? What tactical decisions are they going to make? The average age of the submarine force is getting older and older because we built up a whole bunch of submarines during the Cold War, and so the average age came down. Now it's getting longer. We're not replacing them as much. During the Cold War, there was a clear threat. Soviet Union. We were avowed enemies. And so there was a bipartisan consensus in the country, in Congress, that we need to spend money, buy submarines, because we knew how potent submarines were at deterring war. And then when the Soviet Union disintegrated, that sort of monolithic enemy went away. And so now we have terrorist groups or pirates off of Somalia. Submarines are not the optimum weapon for dealing with those kind of stuff. So this united front to maintain a healthy submarine force fell apart. Now we see the rise again of bad actors. I'll call them bad actors. Potentially China, certainly Russia. So now there's re-emerging this consensus that, hey, we really need to get our submarines going again. It's expensive, but you get a lot of bang for your buck when you buy a submarine. There are advances in submarines, in U.S. submarines. It's the same trends you see with automobiles to all electric. The Santa Fe had these big steam turbines, and so the reactor heated water, turned it to steam, and we did two things with the steam. One, we ran these turbines that made electricity, and then we ran these big turbines that went to this propeller. It's more efficient if you just make all electricity, and then you have the electricity to drive an electric motor. It's a more complicated problem, so that's why we haven't done it so far, but we're now, it's one of the things we're heading towards. I think submarines, just like drones or autonomous self-driving cars, the same thing's happening under the water. If you don't need to put people on a submarine, you can do a lot more with the submarine, because a lot of the equipment on a submarine is there to keep the people alive. But the people are the ones that fix the submarine. But the argument is, well, I can buy 100 of these underwater drones, so to speak, or one big nuclear submarine. I mean, who knows? But look what Ukrainians are doing with their drones. I play with AI every day at home, and it's fun. And AI certainly makes the bad guys smarter too. And for me, the worry would be spoofing one of these messages that tells the submarine, your new mission is to go over here, and puts the submarine out of position so that they can do whatever, something like, it's just any interference like that, which gets through the regular filters, and using AI to get better at that would be scary. I think it's a lot harder now to be a submarine officer, maybe, than it used to be. I can tell you, when I started, I mean, we were on a mission. We felt like we were the spear tip of democracy. First of all, just the proliferation of technology, I think, makes it so much, your brain is like always being pulled in these different directions. And then this overall arching sense of why am I sacrificing days of my life? I spent 14 years actually on submarines, and so I calculate I spent 7 years underwater in my life. I'm going to give up so much of my life, and for what? I just think it's harder now to have that really clear sense of purpose. My son was a submariner for a few years. So I visited his ship, I met these are passionate, active, thinking young people. There was no monopoly on this sense of dedication, for sure. The introduction of women onto the submarines was happening about the time that I was transitioning off the submarines and sort of managing. It was sort of argued that, hey, we can't exclude half the population of smart people from submarines because we won't have enough smart people running the submarines. The way I thought about it was, I need different ideas and different ways of thinking about the problem. And the more kind of different people that you get, typically you get more different ideas and thinking about the problems. Santa Fe is still in operation. She's doing well. I had an amazing time as the captain of the Santa Fe. 3 years went by too fast. We went on 2 deployments. We got the highest score in the history of the Navy. We turned retention around from 10% to 100%. I left the submarine, and I got awarded a nice job. I was the inspector for the submarine force, and then I became a commodore. So I was getting promoted. For me, this idea going back to me not telling people what to do and seeing what they came up with and expressing intent really changed the model. And so now we like to say we're building leaders. It's a leader organization, not leader-follower organization. And I feel good about that. I feel good about these people who had success. Many of them went on to major command. Many went on to become admirals. Several, 3 at least, became admirals. And just from this one submarine crew. I went to the Pentagon, which was a frustrating time for me. And I was not the best Pentagon officer. I said it. I was going to be more influential outside than inside, which I think is the right decision. I wrote Turn the Ship Around, which is a story of this turnaround on the nuclear submarine and this use of the word intent primarily. 2013, published by Penguin Random House. Then I wrote a book called Leadership as Language, which talks about the way language influences the culture. Turn the Ship Around was a big success, and I've been able to fly around the world and talk to a lot of companies. There's a lot of interest in creating teams where people are thinking and expressing what they're thinking, not just doing what they're told. So now I just wrote a book called Distancing, which is really helpful for everybody, including me. We have a superpower. Every human does. And the superpower is that you can imagine yourself as not you. Because when you go to make decisions, or when you go to react to something, we view it from our position of ourselves. We call it the immersed self. I view it from in here. This is where I'm centered. But you don't have to. You can pretend you're somewhere else, someone else, or sometime else. But we rarely do it. And it changes the way you think. And you get clearer vision. And I've been practicing every day, bringing it into my own life. People ask me, hey, do you miss it? And my flippant answer is no. Then I say, well, yeah, I'd love to go back on a submarine, but as a passenger, as a fly on the wall, I don't want any responsibility. It's too hard. I don't know anything anymore. But just to see, I almost said the word kids, see the kids operate, because again, like they're so young and they're energetic and they're thoughtful. Just see the crew operate, see them interact, see them do this really cool mission in the purpose of defending the Constitution, defending liberal democracy. If anyone has an opportunity, you definitely say yes.
I'm Hyun-Sung Lee. I defected from North Korea after my military service. I had a training with the Storm Corps, one of the North Korea's most elite units. This is everything I'm authorized to tell you. I escaped North Korea in 2014. We assume that 200,000 people are imprisoned in North Korean prison camp facility. Most North Korean people cannot enjoy freedom and they don't understand what freedom is and what human rights is. So we get helped by the South Korean government. If we go back to South Korea, there was a high chance that North Korean regime can send an agent to harm us. There was a cases North Korean defectors were kidnapped by the North Korean agents. That's why we think staying in US is the ultimate safety for us. America is the enemy of North Koreans. That was only education we had throughout our lives. And we have museums and, every propaganda material point that Americans are the enemies of our nation. Because of the Americans, we have sanctions. Because of the Americans, we cannot enjoy our freedom in the world. So that was the propaganda. Sometimes, even like normal citizens, it's a joke, but sometimes they blame everything for Americans. If we don't have electricity, and they say that because of Americans. Big nose Yankees. The North Korean people enjoyed the American movies back to 1990s and early 2000s. I still remember I saw many American movies like the Titanic and 007. Because of the Kim family, Kim Jong-il, the second Kim, enjoyed the movie a lot, especially Hollywood movies. So he specifically ordered to those the interpretation company to interpret the many American movies in North Korean accent. But later, those Hollywood movies with the North Korean accent were released to the citizen secretly, not like publicly. So those the movies are circulated among North Korean elite in Pyongyang City. Actually, one of my high school mates was caught by the police, but he made a stupid mistake, and then he said that, how did you get it? And then he told the police that it was from my dad. So entire family relocated from from Pyongyang City. They might travel to Pyongyang, but they cannot live in Pyongyang City. They cannot get the citizenship. There is no internet in North Korea. We have intranet, but obviously it's not connected to the international like internet. North Korean regime realize, they understand the power of the truth and the power of the information. So the regime don't allow anybody to access internet except Kim family members. Pyongyang is the most advanced city in North Korea. There is no comparison. This is the most privileged and most advanced city. It is a very strict system to get the citizenship in Pyongyang City. So if you were living in Pyongyang City, it's most likely you were chosen. The tricky part was after the Soviet Union's collapse and then China turned into market system, everything was collapsed in North Korea. The distribution system, and also many people in Pyongyang suffered a lot with hunger and also the lack of products. Their daily life was impacted. We assumed that 3 million people would die because of the hunger. But I was living in Pyongyang City, but I never heard anyone died from hunger. Most of the Pyongyang citizens just had heard the rumor, but they hadn't confirmed anyone. Because of the regime isolated Pyongyang City from other areas. Back in the 1990s, there was lots of homeless kids on the street. But regime is so obsessed with being showed by the people, right? So they cleaned it up. And they locked lots of the street kids on the facilities, and then they're not allowed to leave. And even those kids were forcefully relocated to the coal mine to produce coal. And also they blocked all information coming inside to this city. The products in North Korea, we all procure from China, and even like fruits. Most North Korean officials, including police and authorities, they won't get paid much. Every time when North Korean normal citizens engage with police, and bribery is the key to engage with them. Sometimes we give them cigarettes and money, and they can sell cigarette to the market so that they can get money for their families. So they basically live through briberies. That's the norm in North Korea. It was not easy for us to watch any television show. We only have 3 channels. So one is called Mansudae channel, and it is only for Pyongyang citizens. And also it's KCNA, the Korea Central National Agency channel. It's for all citizens in North Korea. And another channel is something called the Education channel. The problem was we were only able to have like 1 or 2 hours electricity per day. All North Korean media productions are guided by the Propaganda and Agitation Department. On every Saturday in North Korea's channel, we have a program called The Rotten Capitalism. So they show these videos every Saturday. Like they capture those, homeless people, and then some, silly activities. They describe this as life in America. When foreigners sometimes visit North Korea, it is well, cleaned, and then, Pyongyang is a better city than America. I think, it's actually sometimes true because, citizens are mobilized to clean the city, and the regime controlled every aspect of the environment in Pyongyang cities. But in terms of freedom and then rights, we're all same in the restrictions. We are limited, express our feelings. We are limited to move around the country. So we are locked in Pyongyang city. I'm not a normal citizen. I came from the elite class. My parents actually was a normal working class, and they were born in the rural area. And later my father worked so hard, and then he got the promotion from the Workers' Party, the ruling party in North Korea. My dad served the CEO of the Daehong General Bureau, which is Daehong General Corporation. Basically manage a shipping and seafood production, and also some oil exports from Russia and Singapore. North Korean elites can enjoy slightly better life in terms of food distribution and the quality of their living conditions in their homes. Songbun system is the regime's policy based on the people's the status. When you're born in North Korea, you're born with the Songbun, whether you are the core class, working class, or hostel class. So that's the Songbun you were born with that. The first one was the core class and the high-ranking people. Those families are from the Japanese colonial time when Kim Il-sung fought against Japanese. The working class is the middle class, and we have a lower class, and we call them hostel class in North Korea. The worst thing could be happen to those people are restricted from the the party membership. And in North Korean society, if you cannot become a party member, and it's done. You won't get any promotion, and you don't have the career advancement, and you will not allowed to have not like a normal life there. There's no chance you have better life in North Korea if you are under the low class with the bad songbun system. If your parents or grandfather was part of the hostel class, and you have to live with the hostel class songbun. In North Korea, we often forget about justice system because everything is ruled by the party and the leader. Once you own the party membership, you kind of have a privilege in North Korea because that's the core element if you want to make a career development in North Korea. Like my friends, even like 40 years, some people, still couldn't join the party membership. And I was joined the party when I was 20 because of my military service. So I served military, and the honor for being military service is party membership. I joined the military April 2002. I still remember the day I joined the military. Most kids in North Korea are required to do military service. It was a mandatory service, but the central schools, like my school, those schools are the privileged schools, and the students from the school are exempt from the military service. I'm the only one who joined the military in my high school. You have to serve for 10 years, from 17 to 27. But I only served 3 years and 4 months because we have a system that if you have, talent, you could be promoted to the college during your military service. But you have to have your good grade, and you have to be recommended by the unit. Those are two conditions. It was really tough. For the first several days, I learned that we don't have toilet papers in the toilet. So the first day I used my sock to wipe, and later you have to prepare your own the toilet paper. Sometimes we use leaflets, the books, and also tree leaves. We don't have a proper a shower facility. Every Saturday or Sunday we go to stream and then riverside, and then we have laundry and then take a shower. So you are not allowed to take a shower every day. And the shocking thing was you cannot have your own underwear. So we wash them together, and then the senior officers distribute underwear randomly. After my basic training, I joined the 4th Corps Reconnaissance Artillery Battalion. Our main mission is to infiltrate enemy's base, and we have to send the coordinates of the enemy's artillery and then the military base to our the main unit so that they can launch a artillery attack. The equipment we are using is from World War II. So we are still using Morse code, and we have to tell the differences of the coordinates and how we have to correct the coordinates. We don't have advanced technology there. And sometimes they keep saying that nowadays it is all run by internet and then other electric devices. So it could be easily hacked. And kind of World War II equipments are not easily hacked, right? So North Korea continue the tradition. So typical day in military, the morning session is kind of the brainwashing session. And normally we incorporate material like how North Korean military is super, they exaggerate their capacity. We have bombs like nobody can produce, and even they describe North Korean military as stronger than U.S. military. And obviously we don't have information on U.S. military, right? So there's nothing we can compare with the U.S. military. So as a soldier, and I was young, 20 years old, you have to believe what North Korean regime says. So yeah, I thought if we fight against the U.S. or South Korea, I believed we could win. But later we found out that that's all fake, right? North Korean military is just, they are not physically ready or not economically supported. Even we are trained as how to eat in 5 minutes, and we shouldn't talk during our eating. The normal training, including tactics and physical training. We don't do shooting much because North Korean regime is very strictly control the bullets, because those bullets can be misused against the leader. That's why they don't allow people to use weapon and then bullets. So the first year, my military service, I was only able to shoot 3 bullets per year. And nobody couldn't figure out who is the best shooter, because we only trained with the empty gun and only 3 bullets. I was paid 50 North Korean won per month during my military service. You can only buy an ice cream with the 50 won in 2004. Basically, no one could make living with the North Korea's payroll system. In 2004, I joined the General Staff Department Operational Division. We have a Combat Technical Research Institute, so I joined that unit, and the unit is so special, only one unit in North Korea. And the mission of this unit is to teach martial arts and throwing knives and utensils and shooting technique to the entire Korean People's Army. The movie Order 27 was the action studs in the movie. Actually, they are my coaches. And then during my service, from 2004 to 2005 at the Combat Research Technique Institute, and the other coaches and the senior fellows at the institutions. It was the movie about during the Korean War, the North Korean special forces fought against the U.S. Army and the South Korean Special Force. And basically just one group and destroy the whole the South Korean Special Force. They want North Korean soldiers trained like those people, without weapon, they can, against 7 or 8. And the North Korean regime wanted to show that the soldiers should be trained like this. So that was the movie, most North Korean boys enjoyed a lot. Every year, we invite 2 individuals from each brigades from the Storm Corps and other special force to teach those techniques to those people. And when they learned those techniques, they go back to their unit, also teach other soldiers. I spent the time with the Storm Corps people for 6 months in our unit. They choose taller, who have an athletic background, and who is a physically bigger, and they allocate them to the Storm Corps. Now they are in Ukraine. I'm very worried about their existence in Ukraine. Even though they are like a Storm Corps elite unit in North Korea, they are not well trained, and they didn't have a proper training regarding their mission. For example, airborne troops, they never had airborne training. They never had a chance to took airplane because they lack fuel, and they don't have a parachute. But in terms of shooting, they provide more bullets than normal soldiers, so they had chance to shoot more than regular military soldiers. But now we learn that North Korean soldiers are in Russia, and the number could be up to 12,000 people. They are being used by the North Korean leader Kim Jong-un and then Russian President Putin for this brutal war. Basically, they are the human shield and cannon fodder. I wouldn't expect to win against Ukraine, but I would say they want, like, conclude the situation as, fast as possible. So they want to go back and they want to, be alive. I was born in North Korea in 1985, and I also studied in China as a North Korean overseas student. After my graduation from the undergraduate, I did business between North Korea and China. So late 2013, I would remember it's November. So actually the day I arrived in Pyongyang from China, and my uncle was at the train station, and he told me today there was a vice director of the administration department in North Korean Workers' Party was arrested. And he's the guy who were close associate with Kim Jong-un's uncle, Jang Song-taek, and also my father's close friend. I was terrified, and because I also friend of his son-in-law, business partner, so we are worried. And my mom's birthday is December 5th. We had a nice dinner at the restaurant, and then my dad invited one of the generals in North Korean Army, and he attended execution at the time, and he shared the story how those two people were executed. It was the vice directors of the administration department in North Korean Workers' Party. So those two people were executed publicly in front of 100 North Korean officials, including party officials and the military officials. The officer made an announcement that they are the anti-regime activists and traitors of our nation, and they disregarded the leader's order and mission. But those charges are all made, so not actual charges, right? So they put the anti-aircraft machine guns, and they put them and they shoot against them. And after that, they use fire flame projector, and then they burn them, because the following announcement was these were not entitled to be buried in this sacred land. Execution happened in 2013, and after months, Kim Jong-un's uncle was executed. But it was not public execution. Execution happened in the closed facility. From that moment, all of his acquaintances and then fellow associates, including Kim Jong-un's aunt, Kim Kyung-hee, and her friends and then acquaintances and then associates, they were all executed until September 2014. So, including my friends and my friend's grandfather, father, I was in China. So I was preparing for returning to North Korea, and I had several job interviews, including General Reconnaissance Bureau and then North Korea's Defense Commission. But the people inside told me, do not come back for this time. Just to stay away from this entire incident. It was really dark period for the country, and no one felt safe, even the high-ranking people, and no one thought that they have a future in this society. So September 2014, that was our last visit to Pyongyang city, and my dad and I visited, and we felt extreme anger and no hope, and our entire trust in that system collapsed. So as soon as we returned to China, my father proposed that, having discussion about our defection. It was a Chinese big holiday. We all knew that there might be a bug and our electric devices are tapped by the Chinese police or North Korean agents. So we drove to the park. We put all our cell phones in the car just in case. Without any electric devices, we just walked for a park for a while, and we had a discussion. My dad had some belief in that system. He wanted to make this society better. He wanted the North Korean society open and make economic reform. But after the Chang's execution, after the reversal of reforming policy, my dad, lost all hope. We moved quickly. But we have to make, our case properly. We thought that our family relatives remaining in North Korea, could be punished. So, we wanted to trick the North Korean regime. So we left everything behind. We didn't touch any, valuable stuff in our home in China. So we just left them. Because we know the North Korean system and there was a process of investigation. And if we sell everything, if we take everything, with us, then regime immediately conclude that they defect. So regime is processing where they're going, where are they? And, they cannot conclude whether we defected or we are missing. So they conclude our case as a missing case. So we flee to the third country. Because of the route protection, I cannot say the name of the country because it's only limited, route. So we flee that country and later, we will get helped by the South Korean government. They figure out that we are in South Korea. So only 2015, they showed my grandmother, uncle, and aunt on North Korean television show to threaten us to come back to Pyongyang. There was no direct threat message in the video, but my grandmother emphasized, I want to see my grandchildren, so please come back. And my aunt and my uncle also emphasized that, my dad also awarded as a hero of labor in North Korea. That's the highest civilian honor in North Korea. So they emphasized that you are the hero of the nation, why you defect. But we see their eyes, the fear, and we sense that that is the direct threat to our relatives remaining in North Korea. If we, collaborate with South Korean government, if we still, stay in South Korea, they might harm our families. So we came to United States in 2016. My relatives are still in North Korea, and we learned that my families are all, fired from their previous jobs, and they are relocated to the rural area, and they are heavily monitored, so they cannot get the chance to defect. Some of my family members are in prison. My uncle worked for one of North Korea's military company called Korea Songhi Trading Company. And then in 2018, the US government seized a North Korean ship. And the ship was under that company's name, and the company was sanctioned by US Treasury and United Nations. They seized the ship under the US law. But the North Korean regime learned that, we were in United States and, my uncle worked for that company, even though he was fired after we left, but they still need a scapegoat for this incident. So they put my uncle for life in jail. There were about more than 10 prison camps. And we assume that 200,000 people are imprisoned in North Korean prison camp facility. When I was in high school, several my high school mates were disappeared, but we didn't know what was happening because just sharing such information is very risky for us. We could ask a question, where he's gone, where is he now? And then they said that they were all arrested and then they're gone. So that's it. We hear the rumors their grandfather or father were arrested because of the anti-government activity, but we didn't question what anti-government activity, what are the charges. The three-generation punishment is the system that North Korean regime always applied to the elite class. So once your grandfather or father committed any crime, they committed crime against the regime, and then that was the charge on them, and they were sent to the political prison camp with their entire family. So when I say three generation, I mean including your grandfather, father, and your son. I had a friend who went to college together in China, and his grandfather was one of the associate under Kim Jong-un's aunt. But his grandfather was retired, but entire family in 2014 was sent to the political prison camp because his grandfather was Kim Jong-un's aunt's associate. And my friend didn't do anything about that, and he was just born with, the family. But because of the three-generation punishment in the system, him and his entire family sent to the political prison camp. So that's the system. That's the punishment every elite in North Korea got. My sister, she lost her roommate in front of her in Chinese college. Her roommate was a North Korean student, and then her friend's father was also part of the Kim Jong-un's uncle's association. So her father arrested December 2013, and there was a long investigation on his family, but she was still studying in China. But it's only 2014, and suddenly North Korean agent showed up and then tell her that, pack your thing and then we'll go back to Pyongyang. And from that moment, she knew what was going to happen. So while she was being transported, she texted my sister, "Hey, can you pack my stuff in my, room so that you can send me to Pyongyang, home address." We shipped the things to Pyongyang, but no one was there. The home is gone. Kim Jong-un is being called a great leader and great general, and Kim Jong-un himself called like one of the greatest leaders in the history, but we don't have the same respect like his grandfather and father. Becoming leader is based on his achievement and then contribution to the nation, but he didn't do anything. Now becoming, leader of nation doesn't make any sense to me. Many people question his experience and the capability. For example, Kim Il-sung founded the nation, and he fought against the Japanese and Americans during the Korean War, and he built industry in 1960s, 70s. And for Kim Jong-il, the second game, he established a regime as a fortress of their own kingdom, right? And he built lots of economy. They established the foundation of the long-term Kim family. When I was growing up, the regime didn't mention about the nuclear weapons. I think it's a difference between the second game and the third game. Now, Kim Jong-un. The second game is very like a sneaky guy. He wants to hide everything, but he actually developed a lot in terms of the military and nuclear capacity. But he never said that publicly. Only, he mentioned we have a nuclear facility because of the South Korea's reaction. But now the third game, Kim is more like active guy, aggressive, and then publicly saying that we have nuclear weapons. And then he said that he wants to make North Korea a nuclear state. That's why Kim Jong-un is more obsessed with missiles and nuclear weapons. He thinks this is the only thing he can show to people of the leader's achievement. And he understands he cannot make a great prosperity economically because economy should be related to market economy. So he won't able to show any economic prosperity. So only thing he can show people that is missile development and then weapons, advancement. North Korean productions, movie and the media productions are all produced by the North Korea's propaganda agitation department. At the end, you have to incorporate the great leadership of the Kim family and greatness of the country and then party and the leader. So you have to appreciate the great leader. We wanted President Trump to learn what this country looked like and what type of Kim Jong-un's leadership is. President Trump somehow shared a love-letter relationship with Kim Jong-un. When North Korean people discovers the fact he, write a letter to President Trump, it's almost like, treason against the nation. Publicly, they criticize the United States and criticize the U.S. President all the time, but secretly, under the scene, he just begging sanction relief and other stuff. So, but I would say Kim Jong-un already tried to rebuild the relationship with President Trump. Most North Korean people have very conservative, feeling. When I say conservative, kind of tradition, because of the regime, don't allow people to have, dyed hair and then, wearing jeans and drinking Coca-Cola. It is prohibited. But when you see Dennis Rodman pierced and tattooed and everything looks super strange to North Korean people. And then when North Korean people learned Kim Jong-un, welcomed him as a good friend, and then many people actually questioned what's the relationship, why he liked Dennis Rodman. So we later learned out that Kim Jong-un was a big fan of Chicago Bulls, and he originally wanted to invite Michael Jordan, but Michael Jordan denied it. So they got Dennis Rodman instead. I believe North Korea eventually will have freedom, but for now, if we don't pressure or if we don't share information with North Korean people, I think the regime will continue being isolated, being oppressive, and being aggressive towards the international society. People tend to believe the North Korean regime's propaganda, and the brainwashing process is constant. So even though you don't believe from the beginning, but if you keep listening, and then it's unintentionally you were brainwashed. So we need to share the truth and proper information with them so that they can make informed decision. I lived in China, in America, so I experienced the 4 different countries. And I think the most important thing for me was the freedom. Because most North Korean people cannot enjoy freedom and they don't understand what freedom is and what human rights is. What will happen after Kim Jong-un? They will close the border and they will recall all the military generals and the party leaders who have influence over society. And once, they settle down who will be the next leader, and they believe they can control the society, and then they will announce Kim Jong-un's death. Maybe, after several months or year, some, general or the political leader doesn't like the new leader, and then he might, propose, political competition or the small conflict involving military activity. I wanted to share one thing with the audience who watch this show. The life without internet, life without any, nutrition you can enjoy here. That's the normal life in North Korean people. So I hope American people can, help the North Korean people to change the society. Not just, emphasizing Kim Jong-un and the nuclear weapons, but not just American people, but people across the world have to help North Korean people change the society to be a fair and then under the democratic system. So dictatorship shouldn't be prevailed longer and I think we should end the dictatorship soon. So I have a mixed, feeling and reactions from the beginning. So I lived in the city for a long time. Yeah, I even like China, North Korea. And first I landed at Dulles Airport in Washington, D.C., Virginia, actually. I thought like I landed in the wrong city. I thought like the capital of the America should be like a fancy and glorious, city, but the airport was outdated, honestly. So I was like, wow. Homeless situation and also drugs. Honestly, I think most of the socialist countries, like in a controlled dictatorship, they manage those issues forcefully, but it looks like better than America. I don't enjoy American food. Many people questioned, when I said, I'm not a fan of, hamburger and pizza, they said, what? Are you serious? But, my mom and my sister loves pizza and hamburger, but my dad and I never enjoyed the Korean barbecue is the best. I studied English when I was in high school. The high school called the Pyongyang Foreign Language School. My school actually showed some American movies and then animations. So including Home Alone, I enjoyed very much. So, did my friends. And also I saw one of the animation called Hunchback in Notre Dame. My teacher emphasized the difference of the English accent and American accent because, the hunchback said that, water, and then, the water, differences. She emphasized, I still remember she emphasized the differences. So, cool. But in North Korea, we were taught in English, British accents, not American accents. I always wanted to study in US, so I wanted to compare the education system with North Korea and United States. I chose Columbia, so I studied public administration so that I can, utilize my expertise when I go back to North Korea. The critical difference between the North Korean education and the US education is US education provides more opportunity for students to think critically, like more creativity and give more opportunity to express their ideas. And most Asian system, especially North Korean system, you don't allow to share your opinion. When I interact with young Americans, they really don't understand the freedom they enjoy here. They have every rights to do everything here, even though they think they were restricted, but still compared to North Korea, they enjoyed a lot. If we go back to South Korea, there was a high chance that North Korean regime can send an agent to harm us. So most North Korean agents in East Asia or Southeast Asia, they have a passport of their nation. For example, they are citizens of, Laos and Vietnam or Cambodia, so they can easily travel to South Korea with the passport of that country. So once they got mission, they can conduct a assassination in South Korea easily. We won't be safe in South Korea. That's why we think, staying in US is the ultimate safety for us. I work as a consultant for a nonprofit organization, and mainly I want to build the future. So I organized a North Korean Young Leaders Assembly 2 years ago, and I bring 10 North Korean escapees every year to United States to show them the US system. We engage with government agencies and think tanks and United Nations to share our stories and learn about the international norms and the political system. And also, I'm doing a consulting project on the reunification on the Korean Peninsula. So it's also part of this project, and unification is important. We want to rebuild a North Korean society. I'm not a language expert, and many people told me that de facto has, some type of negative meanings, and escapee is rather have not the, entirely positive, but still like better than defectors. So I call escapees, but I prefer to be called North Koreans.
My name's Mesa Gifford. Since 2022, I've been fighting alongside Ukraine against Russia as a volunteer. And this is everything I'm authorized to tell you. The Russian war machine is incredibly efficient, incredibly big, and incredibly dangerous. So for them, it's a war of annihilation. And the people you're fighting against are incredibly dangerous, oftentimes fanatical or desperate people that would torture you and kill you if they caught you. So there was an agreement, no one in the unit was allowed to be taken alive. Tens of thousands of volunteers from all around the world went out to Ukraine, most to fight, but many more also went to act as humanitarians. I reached out to some friends of mine who were going to join a unit called the 131st, which was a battalion in the Ukrainian army. And it was only in really actually September, I suppose you could say, of 2022 that I joined the Ukrainian army for the first time. In the south with the 131st, in the first two stages of the three stages of my war, I was under the Southern Command. Ukraine is split into various commands in the north, east and south. The front line is vast. There are hundreds of thousands of soldiers. When we fought on the front line, we deployed as a unit of between 5 and 10, and we were all international volunteers. Ukraine, in many ways, is a war of innovation. Adaptability really is what could win or lose the war. The Ukrainians have had to expand their capabilities to meet this massive threat that they've faced. The most obvious place that is making the news in the West on a daily basis now is the utilization of drones, particularly commercial drones as well. In the early days of the war, it was DJI, a very popular Chinese brand, was utilized by both sides to act as a reconnaissance vehicle to locate Russian units. As time progressed, so did the innovation, and the commercial drones suddenly began dropping munitions. The munitions themselves evolved from being able to kill and wound a single soldier to suddenly blowing up a tank. And suddenly that drone that's worth just $2,000 is suddenly blowing up a tank worth $1 million. And then that becomes even more magnified with the utilization of FPV, first-person drones, or first-person view drones. These FPVs are commercially obtained. They utilize radio waves to between the controller and the drone itself, with a munition on it, which can be impact detonated or electronically detonated to strike a vehicle or a bunker or a set of people. Now, the Ukrainians really pioneered that, but because of the support that China gives to Russia, the Russians have been able to build and have been able to scale up their drone provision even more and much more rapidly than the Ukrainians. I think in more recent months, things have started to equalize a little bit, but there was a period just before I set up our own FPV team where I noticed that the Russians suddenly had the upper hand in the drone war in the south. We were struggling to move. Even drones themselves, these FPV drones have changed. My friends have been fighting in Kursk, and the drones that have been pioneered since that battle started have been fiber optic drones. And these fiber optic drones are unhackable, quite essentially, because the way that the Russians and the Ukrainians have countered the FPV drone, traditionally with the radio waves, is to actually introduce anti-drone technology that can bring these things down. And there were missions that I went on where we would lose 3-4 drones going after key assets. I have one in my mind right now where we were on a mission and we saw this, I think it was a T-90 or something, a T-90 tank, and we launched a drone at it and it flopped out of the sky. What happened? No idea. It could have been chance. Send another one. We sent up another one and it flopped out of the sky. We launched a third drone and sure enough, within 50 meters, it flops out of the sky and lands near them. So clearly that had an anti-drone technology on board and it was stopping us from hitting it. The utilization of these fiber optic cables is changed everything, because that drone will hit you. If it spots you and it's got a good pilot, you will die. And if you don't have anti-drone technology, the proliferation of drones means that the amount of casualties in the front line now is absolutely atrocious. In the first few months of my time in the 131st, we began a very rigorous series of missions. And those missions were confined mostly to the fields outside of a city called Kherson. Now, Kherson is a vast city in the south of Ukraine. It had been taken by the Russians very early on in the war, and the Ukrainians were determined to get it back. And they had a good chance because Kherson is on one side of the vast Dnipro River, and all the supplies getting to Kherson and to the front line were all having to come across this river. And with the introduction of American-made HIMARS and other weaponry, suddenly these landing points became a target for the Ukrainians. So the Russians in our area were very weak. And the Ukrainians were pushing incredibly hard. The early missions that I did were actually just intelligence gathering. So we would push out in patrols all along the zero line, just literally skirting the very edge of the Ukrainian positions, looking for minefields, speaking to local Ukrainian units, asking them what they've heard, what they've seen. And we did that for weeks and weeks and weeks prior to the final push towards Kherson, which liberated the city. There was one particular mission that we were deposited in a wood. We walked through it. We finally found this sort of Ukrainian position was at the very forefront of the Ukrainian army. There was nothing but no man's land in front of them, which also happened to be a long tree line leading towards a distant tree line about 900 meters forward. The Ukrainians were spooked. They'd been there for a few days, but they'd heard a lot of movement ahead of them, and they were worried that their small platoon of sort of 8 to 10 people wouldn't be able to hold the tree line if they were attacked. They asked us to go down as a patrol and to see what we could find. We were so close we could hear them cutting wood. We could hear a generator going. We could even hear them laughing. When someone shouted at someone else or laughed really loudly, their voice carried to us really easily. And that would have been an opportunity to pull back. But in the end, what we did discover at the end of the tree line were a number of trenches, which we then quickly cleared. There wasn't anyone in those particular trenches, but we did seize sort of radios, we seized weapons, a number of other items. It was clearly a place that they used to do guard duty. As we were robbing their trench, about sort of 25 meters away in another dugout, a Russian sort of spots one of our guys jumping in one of the trenches or moving between the trees and opens up with an automatic grenade launcher. And soon enough, our entire tree line was being absolutely obliterated by PKMs, AK-47s. Thankfully, as the bullets cracked around us, we were able to crawl out of that situation and get back to the Ukrainians, and we were able to report to them, yeah, there are definitely Russians down there. And we carried on. We kept on pushing down the tree line, and we met different units all the way along the front line for miles and miles and miles. And it's just a constant fear and a constant level of activity. From the moment you get up in the morning, you get into that armoured vehicle to get to the front line, to the moment you leave, your life is constantly in danger. On that one day, I nearly died about 1,000 times. But after the liberation of Kherson city, which, by the way, was one of the most defining moments of my time in Ukraine, sort of patrolling through those villages and seeing Ukrainian civilians coming out crying, I genuinely saw so many grateful people coming out of their homes after months and months of torturous Russian occupation. And it was a sense of fulfillment, of a realization that I'm doing exactly what I'm meant to be doing in Ukraine. That mission ended, the liberation was over, the city was free, and the new front line was the river, was where these islands were. That kicked off what I like to call the River War. So the 131st, it was fighting on the river in Kherson. The fight was terrible. There were a vast number of islands in the sort of Dnipro Delta. All these little islands became battlegrounds for reconnaissance units. And the 131st was perfectly placed, deploying in 5-man teams, pushing forward, taking ground. In 2023, something changed. And that was the Chinese began providing the Russians with a vast number of drones, FPV drones, DJI quadcopters capable of dropping munitions on people's heads. It became so dangerous on those islands that you couldn't even move without being spotted by the Russians. And the moment you're spotted, all hell breaks loose. There's mortars going off, there's shell fire, there's drones coming after you. And it's a terrifying environment to be in. But we would land on these islands, And then you'd hear that horrible hovering sound, the whirring sound of a drone, and then within seconds, you're still getting your kit out of the boat, and then bang! Like the earth-shattering roar of a mortar or a tank shell, and they come in fast. And as you're walking to your position, there are buildings around you blowing up. But you'd get to your position, hold the position for a while, for a few days. Sometimes you were replacing somebody. Sometimes the Russians wouldn't know exactly where you were. They later had a policy of actually just destroying everything. So if you're in a village, they would try and burn the whole village down just because they know you were there. They had a tactic of just sending drones over, dropping flammable munitions on top of the houses just to smoke us out. And that happened a few times. And then the drone would then watch. And as soon as it sees people running out of the burning houses, they'd then call in artillery. So we would dig into the basements. We'd rip up the floorboards, dig into the basements. We'd find forested areas, dig into the ground. And it was 1 week on, 1 week off. And we needed that because the tension is so horrendous. You're constantly on edge. You're sleeping underground most of the time, or if you can't be underground, you're inside a house, and there's constant shell fire. And it's just awful to wake up at 1 o'clock in the morning and suddenly, bang, the house is on top of you. You're buried in the house. And that happened a few times to us. There's no safety at all. You're hiding in a house and you hear the drones buzzing around the house. And it's 24/7. It's in the middle of the day. It's in the middle of the night. They fly around the house looking through the windows. You can try and shoot them down, but if you do that, there's a danger. The drone can't hear you, but observation groups might do. So if they say, oh, we can hear there's gunfire, and then sometimes good drone pilots can tell that they're being shot at, so it'll then fly away and then call an airstrike on that area, or they'll start shelling that area. If they spot you, they'll also airstrike you. So the drone won't necessarily kill you, but it will lead to your death if it spots you. One thing that gives me comfort, and people mocked me for in my battalion and in my unit, was I was obsessed by bunkers and being underground. So every time we moved positions, I would walk. The first thing I said as I walked into a house, is there a bunker? Is there a cellar? Is there somewhere for me to go? And the first thing I'd do was check it out. I'd jump in there. If there's a hole to jump in, I was always in it. And people would tease me for that, since I was like a rat. I'd become almost rodent-like in my how I operated. And what I mean by that is you spent most of your time either in a cellar or trying to take cover from mortars or drones and that sort of stuff. When you emerge into the light, your whiskers are flickering, your nose is twitching, you're looking nervously from side to side, and any hint of trouble, you're running for safety. It kept me alive. It's kept me alive over the years, and it kept me alive in Ukraine. There's one particular incident where we were able to take personal effects from the Russians, and that was on the islands when we pushed forwards to a house. Thankfully, the Russians had pulled back to another position just a few hundred yards away. But as we cleared that building, going through the different rooms, the Russians had left just a few hours before and had left everything behind, from their body armor to some of their weapons, but also their personal effects. I read letters in Russian to their sweethearts at home, to their wives, diaries and other things. As per usual, we gleaned everything for information, packed it into bags and sent it back to be processed. And took war trophies. In fact, two of the patches from that particular incident, this patch here and this patch were from that house. I understand this is the hometown of where these Russian soldiers came from. My unit was actually stood down from a tempo of one mission a week, 1 week on, 1 week off, to suddenly not doing a mission in 3 weeks because of the danger of the islands. And it was that reason that I said to myself, there's a need here for our own FPVs, our own drones. So it was just an incredibly challenging environment, but we made it work. And the proof is in the pudding. Most of the islands in the Dnieper are free, and it's because of those efforts. The Russian war machine, it has many strengths and many weaknesses. Its strengths are the sheer size and the volume of the military forces it's able to put into the field. Firstly, its professional army, but also the fact that it's got a vast conscript pool, which on top of that was a vast amount of Soviet weaponry inherited from the USSR. It's also partnering very closely with China and with North Korea and Iran, sharing technology, sharing money, sharing resources for their own mutual benefit. The Russians have adapted to the fact that they aren't as strong as they thought they were. They thought the war would be over in 3 days. In the early days of the war, they sent their creme de la creme of the Russian armed forces to Ukraine, and they died in their thousands in vast convoys, either just north of Kyiv or in the east and south on the way to Kherson. They had to adapt by recruiting thousands more. They had to recruit people from abroad. They had to adapt their actual assaults, their ability to fight on the front line. They could no longer do combined armed warfare because of the lack of trained soldiers. And instead, they started the human meat wave assaults because that's all they're good for. And also just the level of despair for the Russian soldiers on the ground. I saw there was cases of Russian soldiers piling up dead bodies, essentially, literally piles of bodies. And people just being forced to do the most dreadful things by their own commanders, digging in the open. There was one position that, I don't know whose idea it was on the Russian side, they were digging a trench directly towards the Ukrainians in the hope that obviously they had tried going over the ground and running over the field, but they weren't making it, so they decided to just dig and go through the thing. But the trouble is there's still no cover. There's no tree lines. There's no branches of trees to stop the drones from hitting you. You've got a shovel in your hand. You're exhausting yourself trying to dig through that cold, hard earth, only to have an FPV after 5 hours of labour crash into you, and then you've got to then crawl back with either no legs or one leg back to a Russian position, which the vast majority of the time, their ability to treat their casualties effectively is really bad. It's terrible, in fact. We'd see bodies and also capture positions where we'd look at their IFAK kits, we'd look at their medical supplies, and they were utilizing ropes as tourniquets. They had this strange sort of 1980s sort of rubber band thing that they would tie around their legs. There was reports that they were bringing tampons to the front line, and they were being told to insert tampons, commercially bought tampons, into their bullet wounds to stop the blood loss, which is ridiculous. Which is just not going to treat you effectively. So Russia has gone to every depth of depravity you could possibly imagine in Ukraine. There's famous memes online of Russians running off with everything from toilets that they've looted to washing machines and refrigerators. And more than that, the Russians have obviously bombed entire cities to the ground, everything from Bakhmut to Mariupol. The targeting of civilians, hospitals, including hospitals that cater for children. And it makes you wonder, like, what are their tactics? What is the end goal of that? Is it worth fighting on if there's nothing left to inherit at the end of all of this? Broadly speaking, I would prefer to use a British military uniform, primarily for quality reasons more than anything else, and comfort. Also, I had a quite slim body armour, predominantly because of the fact that we were a reconnaissance unit. We had to squeeze through gaps in buildings. We had to run between thorn bushes and tree lines and all the rest of it. So I tried to keep my personal kit as close to my body as possible. I had a battle belt with magazines on. I only had a couple of magazines on my plate carrier, a couple of grenades. I did often have an assault pack, which I would go and fight with. My personal weapon initially was a AK-74, which was the standard issue for the 131st in the first month of my time with them. That would change to the Polish Grot, which is a sort of a NATO standard weapon. I customized it with a foregrip and red dot with a magnifier. I obviously had Russian or sort of former Soviet grenades mostly. The prized ones for the Ukrainians were the American and British ones, but the ones I always had were the Russian ones. In regards to sort of a secondary weapon for me personally was a grenade launcher, 40mm American-made single-shot grenade launcher. We sometimes would bring an RPG, a rocket-propelled grenade, which was a sort of former Soviet design, to the islands to hit buildings on the islands sometimes. But in regards to actually anti-tank, it was always NATO that would provide the best kits. NLAWs, Javelin, Mantador, I think it was Spanish made. We'd also have drones as well that we'd bring with us. Those were reconnaissance drones predominantly. But when we became an FPV team, when we actually set up a drone team, we actually did deploy always with FPV related kit, and that was always sort of batteries and controllers and signals equipment, also a number of drones to actually utilize the munitions themselves, the batteries. The vast majority of the time we are light infantry. Obviously a knife as well, a knife constantly on my plate carrier. That's a habit I've always had since Syria, and a realization that you're going into an environment where you have to be self-sufficient, so enough food and water for however long you're going out for. Functionary and half-decent equipment was very common on the front line in Ukraine. But if you wanted the really decent thermal scope, if you wanted the very best drone that could be bought commercially, then oftentimes it is up to the military themselves or international volunteers to fundraise for that kit. I began doing things like buying drones for the unit. I began buying anti-drone software and hardware to go on their vehicles. I also purchased and delivered vehicles to the battalion as well. And the best way to do that, to get the financing together, is not to rely on the Ukrainians to navigate the bureaucracy of the system, but instead go directly to my followers on social media. I suppose the third phase of my time in Ukraine, personally, was the shift from the south, from Kherson, to the east, to a place called Liman. It was the summer of 2023, and the Ukrainians were on the march. The Russians were desperate to stop them, and they were counterattacking. With us being in the south, a reconnaissance group that now specialized in drones, our help was needed. Suddenly we're fighting these waves of Russians coming in tank columns. And then we also saw the terrible casualties that the Russians were getting. But again, it was strangely distant, yet also intimate, because there's something very strange about loading up your car with FPV drones and reconnaissance drones, driving to the front line, but not going to the very, very front line, maybe coming a mile off the zero line, and then sending drones over, and you're targeting people, you're trying to blow them up. You can see them running around. For several more months, I was in the cold, snowy grounds of eastern Ukraine with the drone team, doing my best to support them in getting as many drones to the front line as possible, and as many Russians sent home as possible as well. I was there as a protection team for the drone units, but also as a driver as well to get them in, also as the designated medic to try and help them if they got injured. We'd set up laptops in these bunkers, would have big batteries for the power source, and we'd put up a little cable, sometimes tie it to a tree for the signals. And then we became observers, like sort of ghosts over the battlefield, either looking for targets or just keeping a constant eye. And again, the most abiding memory is just the fact that the number of kills increased rapidly from our time in the south. There was a lot more vehicles being destroyed. My time in Ukraine can be separated in different phases. My first phase was the pre-war phase, which was in February of 2022. When just a few weeks before the war started. The next phase was my time coming back to Ukraine as a humanitarian, training people in battlefield medicine. That was in sort of March to about sort of June time in 2022. The process of becoming an international volunteer is actually remarkably easy. Particularly in relation to Ukraine. Before the war, you could fly directly to Lviv on Ryanair. With the outbreak of the war, with the fact that the Russians were threatening to shoot down any aircraft in Ukraine airspace, the only way to get in was via the land border. And I drove across the border, and it was incredibly surreal to see the queues of people vast queues, so long, in fact, that some people were abandoning their cars in the queue and just simply walking to the border. And the road into Kyiv and into Ukraine was completely empty. And that's the tried and tested route for most international volunteers who went to Ukraine. Most of them would go on to sign up in a place called Lviv. They'd join the army and they'd be sent off to camps. Very soon after my arrival, while I was on the ground in places like Kyiv, Lviv, Odessa, I was hearing reports of the terrible war crimes in places like Bucha and Irpin, of civilians being shot in the streets. And there I was on the ground, looking Ukrainians in the eye, meeting them, getting to know them as people. And then when I heard about the war crimes, I realized that the battlefield aid, the charitable work, was only tinkering on the edges. I knew and I felt the same sort of passion and the determination to stand alongside the Ukrainians that I felt when I went out to join the Kurds against the Islamic State. If I wanted to make a stand against Russia, if I wanted to really stand alongside the Ukrainians, I had to join the army. So that's exactly what I did. Looking in those early days, the international volunteers may have looked like a drag on the system because it was all hands to the pump in Ukraine. Everyone was trying to survive. Hundreds of thousands of people were turning up at recruitment centers. There was no capability for the Ukrainians to actually train their own people, let alone thousands of foreigners. But I don't see it that way. I see it that this was a burst of energy, human energy, goodwill, passion from the international community, including individual citizens going out to support Ukraine. As far as I'm concerned, you're not a hero just for turning up. You're a hero for what you do. And many people went and left, but a few stayed, learnt the language, learnt the culture, ingratiated themselves with the Ukrainians, and delivered capabilities to the Ukrainians early on that were actually really useful. I'm talking about things like battlefield medicine, the utilization of some of the weapons that were coming in from the West at the time. They were already familiar. Many of the former service people that joined were already familiar with these weapon systems. So I see them as a band of brothers who went out to support Ukraine in its hour of need, with a few crazy ones mixed in. There are many ways to categorize the international volunteers, and they came to do different things. Some joined the army, some came as simple volunteers. You also saw people with no military experience coming out to join the army. These are the sort of passionate ones, the ones that sort of heard Zelensky's call early doors, and they were sort of politically and ideologically motivated. I can't criticize these people because I'm one of those people. I didn't have any sort of conventional military experience when I went out to join the Kurds so many years ago. Many, quite frankly, shouldn't have been there at all. They might have been fleeing something in their home country, whether that's drink or drug abuse. They might see Ukraine as a place to prove themselves, I suppose, to gain some sort of respect from the people around them. There have been far worse people. And there was the terrible case of Dan Burke and several actually other gentlemen that were murdered by other international volunteers. So frankly, some very dangerous people have turned up as well. But they are far and few between. They often don't have the capacity to stay in Ukraine for the long term. But either way, all kinds of people did turn up in those early days, and it would take months and months for the Ukrainians to sort through them, find the gems, and deploy them effectively on the front line. The training that was given to the volunteers in those early days was very poor, and the organization was very poor too. And there were some very early mistakes. One of the most noticeable and well-known was a terrible attack on a base very close to Lviv that was housing international volunteers. Dozens of people were killed and injured in that attack because foreigners were tweeting, were using their mobile phones in a war zone, perhaps not, obviously naively, and the Russians were able to find the location of this base and strike it with long-range cruise missiles. Things would later change, whereby the international volunteers then became more organized. So after learning about the creation of the international volunteers, the international brigades in Ukraine, and knowing that it was going to have some teething problems, I deliberately kept away. So I joined directly with the Ukrainian army and signed my contract with the Ministry of Defense and not with the International Legion, primarily just because I wanted to stay away from foreigners and work directly with Ukrainians. I had a medical test and a fitness test that I had to go through. Once I had been cleared for service by the MOD in Ukraine, I was then liable to be taken by any Ukrainian unit that wished to have me. Now, the international volunteers that I was with were determined to get to the 131st. And the 131st, as I said, was an elite regiment, a great regiment to get into. I was actually, of my little group, I had the least experience in terms of conventional military experience. But what appealed to me about the reconnaissance group that was fighting in the south, the 131st, was because it was light infantry. A lot of the work that they were doing was very similar to the work that I did with the YPG and SDF in Syria. Now, the SDF operated in things called tabors, which were about 40-man teams. And a tabor would ride around in soft-skin vehicles with no heavy weapons, just AK-47s with body armor, grenades. They would clear buildings, they would push through villages, through mountain ranges, you name it, we had to clear it all. And a lot of those experiences in Syria, fighting in Raqqa, in places like Manbij and Tilhamis, it all lent itself to the work that I would later do for the Ukrainian military. We were a very aggressive unit. If we were told to do something, we were going to do it. Well, no matter the casualties, no matter how difficult it was, the risks involved, you just put your head down and just do it. As long as our radio guy could speak Ukrainian and our point man can speak Ukrainian, then we could actually operate very effectively. We had to be adaptable. We had to be able to protect ourselves. And the weapons that we chose to bring with us, from grenade launchers to anti-tank missiles to the heavy machine guns, the PKMs that we brought with us, all helped us become very self-reliant. There's a common misconception that international volunteers in Ukraine are mercenaries. Now, as far as I'm concerned, that's simply not true. A mercenary, by definition, is a soldier, a trained soldier that sells his service for money. Now, international volunteers from Britain, America, France, etc., have all gone out to Ukraine to stand in solidarity with the local people. They get paid not a single penny more than any other Ukrainian does. We get the same benefits if we're injured, the same veteran benefits once we retire than any other soldier in Ukraine. The classic definition of a mercenary is the Wagner Group, which is the Russian mercenary group that fights in foreign countries, often destabilizing them and butchering and murdering and torturing local people, but also the thousands of people that have gone over to join the Russian army. Now, the Russian army is employing the most terrible tactics to encourage people, often from the sort of the third world, from developing countries where there is terrible poverty, to join them. And sometimes they're doing it through lies, saying that they've got a job in Moscow in a factory, but then they turn up, they're threatened with arrest or deportation, and suddenly they find themselves fighting in the Donbass. So as far as I'm concerned, we're just simply Ukrainian soldiers fighting alongside them. So there is a base salary, and that base salary is $500 a month. There is also a combat bonus, which brings your salary, your base salary, up to $2,000, or around $2,000 a month. Only a fool, as far as I'm concerned, would go to Ukraine looking for money. This is a good point, actually, to point out my two patches. This was the Vidmark group, or Vidmark, which is a local name. It means witcher, in fact, in Ukrainian. On the other side is my battalion insignia. And it's the traditional cross of Ukraine. The colors are red and black, and the logo, the motto, I should say, in Ukrainian, which is always forward. A lot of international volunteers collect patches. Just starting from the top, you've got the unit patch here, the 131st, here and here. These are my unit patches, the International Volunteer Unit of the 131st. And below that are things that I was given. Poroshenko, the former president of Ukraine, gifted me this patch. He also gave me this one. These are also unit patches from Ukrainian battalions that gifted them to me. And then next to that are sort of Syrian patches, I suppose you could say. This one of the YPG in Syria that fought against ISIS. Below that is Wagner Group, which is a patch taken from a dead Russian soldier. This one here and here are unit patches of the Russian military. I took these ones down in Kherson. So a lot of international volunteers will collect thousands of patches. Me, I only keep the ones that I earned or was given or I took from the enemy. My real name is Harry, but I go by Mesa Gifford. Mesa Gifford is a nom de guerre that I chose when I first went out to Syria way back in 2015. I did it because I went to fight against the Islamic State alongside the Kurdish people in that area, in the region. And obviously, the Islamic State were putting bounties on people's heads. They were, I was going to put a big bounty on my own head, particularly for the length of time that I fought there and the amount of political work I did out there. So it was very sensible to choose a name that was memorable, was something that the local people could pronounce, and something that was familiar to me. I like the name, so chose it. My journey from ordinary city worker, working in London with a girlfriend, with a partner and a flat in London, to suddenly fighting first in Syria and then obviously later in Ukraine and doing other things. It all began with the rise of the Islamic State, I suppose. Very early, way back in 2008, I went out to Zimbabwe to work for the MDC, the Movement for Democratic Change, against Robert Mugabe. And after a few years of work in the city, and then seeing the rise of what was going on in the Middle East with the region being torn apart, I suppose I started to remember what drove me when I was younger. First, the one abiding memory that I can remember writing about for my book about Syria was this moment on a train when I picked up a newspaper and there was the title like I think it was Brave in the Face of Pure Evil or something. And it was a picture of a aid worker just about to have his head cut off. And I could have just joined a charity. I could have, again, fiddled around the edges of the problem in Syria, just like the rest of the world was doing. But instead, what angered me was the images of the Yazidi girls being burnt alive in cages, of being sold in slave markets. And I realized that if you believe in internationalism, if you believe in humanism, if you want to actually deal with something that is dreadful happening on the other side of the world, you are not just a hopeless spectator. You have agency. You have the ability to say, no, I'm going to go out, I'm going to do something here, I'm going to draw attention to this issue, and I'm going to do the very least I can do, which, as far as I'm concerned, and this is the least I do, picking up a weapon, any fool can do. I have skirted, it is very controversial even from a legal perspective, but I've always abided by the law, the British law, and it's something that I know is worthwhile and good. One of my biggest strengths has always been to use my privilege as a British person to articulate the cause that I'm supporting. The war zones that we go to and the causes we get involved with, they are toxic environments that play havoc on mental and emotional health. One of the ways that I've kept myself safe is the fact that I always have a plan. And that is I compartmentalize my time in the countries that I support. I'm going for a reason. There's always something that I'm doing. I am going to set up a medical program. I'm going to be doing certain advocacy work, whether it's writing articles or whether it's speaking in parliaments or meeting whoever, major players and decision makers in certain quarters. If I can do all of that and it's quantifiable, it could be written down and articulated, then again, it gives me purpose, it gives me focus. But if you don't have that mentality and you're just waiting to see what happens, or the grass is always greener, or you're running from something from home, your problems will catch up with you eventually. And in a war zone, and with the stresses that you're under as well, you're not going to find salvation. It's a very dark and difficult place. I've lost so many people that I've known over these more than a decade of fighting and working in various conflict zones. There was one incident in Raqqa when myself and two other guys crossed a road And there was a machine gun at the end of the road, an ISIS machine gun, and they shot left to right. I was the third guy on the end. And they shot and killed the first two guys. They actually shot me as well. They hit my body armor, and I was flung to the ground, and I crawled off the road. But I survived. And as I said, it's pure chance whether or not you live or die sometimes. That's not always the case. There's a famous saying that I've never forgotten, which is, how do you get so lucky? The more I train, the luckier I get. It's kind of like that too. The more you experience of war, the more you experience of the terrible things that can happen to you, it helps you to survive. Oftentimes, I've seen a lot of guys die because they underestimated the enemy. They didn't know exactly what it was like to fight. And a lot of guys I met in Ukraine, a lot of them are former service people too, who had never. A lot of them hadn't fought in particularly difficult environments in the past, and they sort of came to the conflict zone thinking it was going to be the same, much of the same, and then they would die because they didn't take cover that time, because they thought, the Russians never do this, the Russians never do that, and then the one time the Russians do what you have always said that they weren't going to do is the day that you die. My time in Ukraine ended just before Christmas in 2023. My father was very unwell, and sadly, within a month of me returning home, passed away. And it gave me a new perspective on what I was doing in Ukraine. And largely, I'd completed much of what I wanted to achieve. I was still able to raise $100,000 for the Ukrainian military in that time. But I also started to remember that there were other causes as well that I wanted to support. In the news recently has been things like the conflict in Syria is hot topic. The Donald Trump presidency. There's a lot going on in the world, and I am not going to rush anywhere. I'm going to focus on myself, my family, come up with a clear plan, a clear goal, and I'm going to choose my next mission. So one of the things that's kept me sane since I left Ukraine has been my writing. It helped me so much when I left Syria all those years ago. I wrote a book called Fighting Evil, which came out in 2020. I did start writing a book, an account of my time in Ukraine. But actually, one thing I've always enjoyed and always been intrigued about is writing fiction. So one of the things I've been doing over the last few months is writing a fiction book about Ukraine and about the war against Russia. At the same time, I was able to come back with a huge amount of footage, just by the nature of this conflict, it being the most filmed war probably of all time. I think putting that together into a really compelling documentary, into something that will tell the story of the international volunteers, that will tell the story of Ukraine through the eyes of people who have gone out to support them, would be a really good thing. If I am to build a life after this, and whatever life that might be, it would be good to go back to my old name, which is just simply Harry. Harry from England.
My name is Andrew Bustamante, and I'm a former CIA intelligence officer. I spent 7 years living and working for CIA, and this is everything I am authorized to tell you. CIA is always asking itself the question, is it worth killing foreign lives to protect American lives? And the answer is always yes. There's two types of killings that we really have to talk about here. There's intimate killing, and then there's non-intimate killing. And when I say intimate killing, I mean you look in the eyes of the person whose life you're taking. Most of CIA is equipped to enable not intimate killing, which is when you have a drone, or you have a missile, or you have a rocket of some sort, or you set some sort of sabotage that's designed to kill people. My operational history does include enabling non-intimate kinetic strikes against terrorist targets specifically. And many of us participated in the global war on terror from 2000 to 2022. There were kinetic strikes against terrorist targets all over the world, sometimes many times a week. While Obama was one of the best presidential diplomats that the United States has ever seen, he was also very heavy-handed in terms of covert action. And he was very decisive in his choices to use non-intimate killing as a way of going after high-priority targets in the terrorist world. I have become almost harshly, ruthlessly pragmatic about the fact that I want America to remain the only superpower in the world, because as soon as our superpower status slips and someone else rises to meet our challenge, we all become that much less safe and secure. The CIA, as a bureaucracy, evolves very slowly, but its mission stays crystal clear. It is there to ensure American primacy through national security and the stealing of foreign secrets. When you consider the intelligence community as a whole, there are many pieces, many players, many different agencies that are included. I think it's currently at 36 or 37 different members of the intelligence community, of which CIA is only one member, along with DIA and NSA and NRO, DOD, the Army, the Air Force, the Navy. What CIA is charged with, however, is being the hub, the central intelligence agency, meaning all the other intelligence collection activities must funnel through CIA to be created, to be transformed into what we call a final product, a final analytical or final intelligence product that is then sent to the executive in the president's daily brief. In order to understand what CIA is today, you have to recognize that 9/11 was a massive turning point in how CIA operates. The pre-9/11 CIA is very different than the CIA post-9/11. 9/11 was a massive intelligence failure, the largest in American history. But following the 9/11 Commission, findings about CIA and the requirement for CIA to have heavy oversight completely transformed the nature of the spy business for not just Central Intelligence, but for all of the intelligence partners in the IC. What I understand of the pre-9/11 CIA, it was the Wild West. CIA was a giant experimental laboratory first, and an organization of accountability second. Since 2001, they have become an organization of accountability first, and they are much, much less experimental. Anything that your adversary was doing was fair game for you to experiment with. And it's not hard to understand why. Because if your adversary finds an unfair advantage using human trafficking or drug smuggling, and that puts your national security at risk, then you have lost that game. You have lost that chess match. So if you want to keep up with your adversary, if you want to keep pace with your opponent, you have to be willing to work outside of the bounds of moral and ethics that your citizenship, that your citizenry actually has to fall within, because you're charged with protecting them from the outside threats. You're not charged with enforcing the ethics and the morality within the country's boundaries. Espionage is illegal everywhere. However, when you swear an oath as a covert intelligence officer in support of an intelligence agency, you actually fall under a very strict carve-out in American law that makes it so that you can commit espionage against foreign targets in support of national security when it is ordered by an authorized person. It is illegal for a CIA officer to pursue an American citizen without disclosing their affiliation to CIA. But FBI, Homeland Security, Border Security, they are actually able to pursue operations against American citizens under their authorities, which are different than CIA's. The way that the government spies on the American people isn't the way that you think it is from TV and media. The government doesn't have to dedicate really almost any resources to spying on American citizens, because American citizens basically give up all of their raw data to corporations. So all CIA or FBI or DOD really has to do is become a commercial client of a big data company, and they can get any information they need. So why would you try to break the law and listen in on an American's phone call when you could just buy their phone records from Verizon or from Sprint or from T-Mobile? We are not a police state. We are a commercial state, which means that the federal government, as long as it has a national security requirement, there will be a commercial company who rises to the occasion to meet that requirement and do it all legally. Edward Snowden's whistleblowing about the operation that NSA was running, in many ways, what he was blowing the whistle on was the illegal use of legally collected data. So you have this very small, very narrow cutout that lets you commit crimes all over the world and be protected by the status that you're in as a sworn officer in an intelligence agency. My path to CIA was not traditional, but it was fairly common still. I was actually trying to get into the Peace Corps, believe it or not. I was leaving the military. I was a nuclear missile officer, wore a key around my neck that would destroy the world. And after doing that for 2 years, living underground, I wanted to do the exact opposite. Imagine the last time you had a bad breakup with a girlfriend or a boyfriend. You leave the one relationship, and what do you look for? Something that is the complete and polar opposite. But in the process of that online application, a red screen popped up that said you may be qualified for other opportunities in the federal government. Will you put your application on hold for 72 hours while a recruiter reaches out to you? Because of what the Peace Corps is looking for. It's looking for people with a high risk tolerance. It's looking for people that are embracing discomfort. It's looking for people who are essentially open to the idea of trying to do the impossible, trying to make some broken part of the world whole again. And that type of person is also well suited for undercover intelligence work because all the odds are against you. You have to embrace discomfort and the risks are massive. So when you look at the two side by side, you can really see that the people who give up their lives in pursuit of an ideology are really quite the same, even though their ideology might be different. Once you work for the Peace Corps, you are forever banned from working in intelligence. And once you've worked in intelligence, you are forever banned from working in Peace Corps. It's something that the federal government does to make sure that our Peace Corps representatives, our true Peace Corps reps, are never accused of espionage overseas. So like any 27-year-old male who's single, I was always looking for the next best things. 24 hours later, I got a phone call from a 703 unlisted number, and that started my whole application process for CIA. Training at CIA is better than it is in the movies. In the movies, it makes it look like everything's, fancy and high tech and cutting edge, and it's not quite like that. It's much more austere. It's much more challenging and old school than that. But it really is a ton of fun, and you go through all that training with other people. The specific lengths of training at CIA are also one of those topics that's still classified. The details of the farm are still classified, and the full length of the farm is also still classified. But I will tell you, it's many months, and it is not many years in order to get up to speed as a field officer. What CIA wants is people who can handle a great deal of outside stimuli with very little emotive response, which makes people who are anxiety prone, autism prone, or pathological liars, sociopaths, it makes them very attractive because when you have an antisocial personality disorder or when you have a diagnosable form of autism, you are already insulated against massive changes in your emotional state, which makes you more effective in training, but it also makes you more effective in the operational field. There are different ways that CIA pressure tests its trainees to measure an emotional response. One of the core things they do is they oversaturate you, what's called task saturation. They give you more tasks than you could ever possibly complete, whether that's in an hour or in a day or in a mission or in a simulation or even in a classroom. That's a very basic example, a very simple example of one of the things that can happen in the first few days of training. As training goes on, they put you through other types of more intense efforts to see what your emotional response might be. Whether that's exposing you physically to very cold temperatures, whether that's sleep deprivation, whether that's simulated capture, simulated interrogation. When you sign up for CIA, many people are surprised when they find out that they have to go through some very intensive training to be able to understand how to resist torture, how to survive or sustain through torture, and how to manage captivity. Torture is a sensitive topic at CIA and in many parts of the world, and it's not a surprise that it is such, right? Because the reality is that torture is inhumane. But the other reality is that torture is very much used by enemies of the United States. We prioritize the need to escape above all other priorities, even above the priority of protecting cover, protecting secrets, and anything else. When you watch a TV show or a movie and you see somebody resisting torture by just stating their social security number and saying that they're a soldier, that's not really how it works when you're an intelligence operative. Instead, it's a continuation of the cat and mouse game. You're always trying to compete with the person who has you in captivity because you need to retain enough resources to effectively escape so that you can get back with the intelligence that you've collected as a captive. And if you think about it, a captive has a great deal of information. You understand how you got captured, you understand how you're being held, you understand the rotation of guards, you understand the questioning, interrogation. So to be able to regain someone who's been captured is an incredibly valuable thing from an intelligence point of view for CIA, which is why they are more focused on that than they are on whether or not you disclose parts of your secret identity or parts of your operation along the way in order to resource yourself for a proper escape. Lying is a fundamental skill when you are a field officer, but it is very much a learned skill. In the process of being recruited to CIA, you go through many different psychological batteries, personal interviews, actual tests, interviews where you talk to psychologists, you talk to seasoned officers, and throughout that time, what they're really doing is assessing your natural ability to lie and your natural ability to fabricate according to a specific storyline that they give you, which is a whole different level of lying. They're just going to sharpen that sword, refine that ability further. I always wondered if there was something wrong with how much I enjoyed lying until I met some of my peers at CIA. There's one person who became a close friend of mine at CIA. He's still undercover. He's in a very deep cover capacity. Fantastic guy, fantastic friend. He was such an effective liar, he could have been fabricating the entire thing. He could have convinced me that he was a good friend, when in fact he wasn't, because he was, by all accounts, a pathological liar. He was somebody who lied simply because he got a dopamine rush, a personal satisfaction from lying to anyone and everyone around him. This individual who became someone I really do count on as a friend, it's unsettling even now to think that it could have all been fabricated. I could have been just one of his exercises in his pathology for lying. When you've spent enough time inside CIA, you start to see how everybody is using you. It's there to manipulate people. Somehow when you're coming on board, when you're going through the recruitment process and the training process and you're a young officer, you believe that they're there to support you. You believe that you are outside of the manipulation. But then as you get more seasoned, as you continue on in the years, you start to see that the promotion process inside, the personal development and professional development process inside, the way that some missions are given to some people and other missions are not, it's all just an example, a microcosm of the larger organization's way of executing operations. And you start to see that the senior levels of CIA are manipulating the lower levels of CIA because that is the school of thought that we were all trained in. We weren't trained in leadership development and motivation and encouragement. We were trained in manipulation and deception and fabrication. So is it a surprise that the culture within the building is just a representation of exactly the same skills that we teach every junior officer? CIA has a concept called the 3 lives, and it talks about the 3 different types of lives that all people live. There's our public life, our private life, and our secret life. The public life is the public persona that you put on every morning, every day that you step out of your house, your apartment, or your office. It's when you act like you're paying attention when you're not. It's when you laugh at your boss's jokes even though they're a jerk. It's not who you really are. It's just who you have to be in order to forge the life that you're trying to build. Behind that public life is a private life. That private life is a life that's only known to you and your closest associates, your girlfriend, your boyfriend, your wife, your mom, your dad, right? In this private life, they know that you're really very kind, even though you are rude in public. They know that you are sensitive and creative, even though you seem aloof in public. What most people think is that a relationship, a true meaningful relationship, happens in your private life. What CIA knows is that there's a third life altogether. That third life is your secret life. In your secret life, that's the place where you keep your deepest, darkest secrets. And in order for it to be a dark secret, it usually has a very dark element to it. It's where you put your shame. It's where you put your guilt. It's where you put the questions that you can't stop asking before you fall asleep at night, but you don't want to burden anyone else with. All of that is what happens in your secret life. And the cognitive reality is that everybody has a secret life. Think about that. When you let someone into that life, that is when you build a true forged relationship. lifetime trust, lifetime equality. Because in your entire life, you're only going to let maybe a half dozen people into your secret life. And once someone's in your secret life, they never leave. That's the power of the secret life. CIA teaches a system for how you break through a target's public life into their private life, and from their private life into their secret life. They teach us that system because in order to make a true reporting asset, someone who was a patriot for their country, who is now a traitor against their country, the only way to win a person's loyalty to that extreme is to get into their secret life and convert them from being loyal to their country to being loyal to you. The Human Intelligence Asset Recruitment Process. It's a process that's acronymed SADRAT, S-A-D-R-A-T. And that process is a very well-documented process cognitively, clinically, and then also in the intelligence sector, military intelligence, FBI, CIA. SADRAT stands for Spot, Assess, Develop, Recruit, Handle, and Terminate. Yes, handle starts with an H, but the acronym uses the letter A. That is because it is still a federal government acronym. So that's just how the federal government spells things sometimes. But this process of SADRAT is exactly how you take an asset from stranger, S, all the way through to secret life controlled target, which is when you are handling them. And then it even includes a step where you distance yourself from that person that you control because it's either in your best interest to get away from them or it's in their best interest to get away from you. And that's where the T in terminate comes from. But the whole SADRAT model is one of those nested processes that helps to dictate how you control or develop an important relationship intentionally. When you are required not to appear as your true self, then that requires that you don some elements of costume. And there are different levels of costume that you can don, different levels of disguise. The department that oversees disguise is called a costume department. Some are very temporary, some are quite permanent, some involve body changes, gaining weight, losing weight, having tattoos erased, having tattoos added. Some involve just throwaway things, fake wigs, fake mustaches, sunglasses, anything you can imagine. But the real objective operationally is just to make sure that you do not appear as your true self within a specific distance. So someone from 40 feet away has to do very little to not appear as themselves. Somebody from 4 feet away has to don quite a lot of costume in order to not look like themselves. The costume department at CIA is it's a room. It's a large room, and it's very much like walking kind of behind set on any TV set. You go in, the people who are working there are highly creative people. They smile, they're high energy. They're not your typical expected closed-door CIA officer. Imagine, flamboyant homosexuals, people of all ages and colors, lots of women, lots of bright colors, lots of creative things just hanging on the wall. Because these people are charged with not only creating a costume that changes your identity, but a costume that has functional practicality as a spy. So not just a jacket that you would never wear, but a jacket that you would never wear that also has hidden pockets, right? And also happens to have a bulletproof vest, and also has a way of being taken off and turned inside out. Like, these are the kind of incredibly creative people that exist, not on the top floor at Langley, but in the basements of Langley. People refer to the CIA headquarters as Langley, Virginia. And that's funny because the actual city it's in is Langley, Virginia, but at headquarters we never call it Langley. We call it headquarters. Even in our written traffic, we refer to it as headquarters, or HQS. It's technically two buildings, what we call an old headquarters building and a new headquarters building. And that's the only overt, non-classified building that I'm able to disclose. There are several buildings that belong to CIA that house CIA officers, but they're all still covert in nature, and their locations are not something that I can disclose. We really are a self-contained unit, almost like a terrarium, where we don't need any support from outside. We can do everything within the confines of CIA, which is exactly how CIA wants to operate because they have to be so heavily compartmentalized. CIA is a massive city on its own. It's got its own food, its own water sources, it's got its own industry inside. The land that headquarters is on is a large lot of land with a massive parking lot that wraps around it. In fact, it's the parking lot that most people complain about because it's a huge parking lot, and for you just to get to your office, it's often a 15 or 20-minute walk through this winding, massive parking lot just to get to your office. The size of the parking lot and the way that it's laid out is very much based on security. They don't want cars to get within a certain distance just in case one of the cars or a CIA asset is compromised. Unfortunately, it's not a totally rare occurrence for a CIA officer to be compromised to some sort of adversary or enemy. So they keep cars a certain distance from building walls in case there's a car bomb. We know there are 4 core levers, 4 core motivations that drive people to take action. Those 4 different motivations are reward, ideology, coercion, and ego. Reward means getting what you want, whether that's money or a free cruise or a car. Anything that you get in response to doing what you were told is considered a reward. Ideology is a motivator that comes from within. So whether you're Christian or Jewish, whether you're African American and you were raised to remember, your African roots, or whether you're Latin American and you were raised to remember your Latin roots, all those things fall under the idea of ideology, something that drives you from within. Ego is whatever makes you the person you want the public to see, right? So people often mistake ego with egotism or egotistical, which means that you have an inflated sense of yourself. But in fact, Mother Teresa had an ego. Gandhi had an ego, right? These are people who wanted to represent something publicly, so they made decisions and took actions in the same vein as the public image they wanted to present. Coercion is the weakest. It's the least predictable. And coercion is when you try to force someone to do what you want them to do by using shame or guilt or some other form of overt manipulation. It's much easier and more reliable to get people to take action based on the other 3, reward, ideology, or ego. When you try to force them into something, when you try to force them to do something using coercion, you violate their trust and you make it so they know that they can never count on you or trust you ever again. It's much easier to slipstream in and manipulate someone based on their existing ideology or ego than it is to try to force them to your will using coercion. Sexpionage is a term that has become popular because it refers to the act of sex in operations. And that can be, it is often categorized as straight heterosexual sex, female operatives seducing male targets, but it can also be homosexual operations. It can also be group sex operations. It can be any kind of kinky operation that you think of. In real life, sexpionage is a thing and sexpionage works. What's important to understand is that sex in operations is not something that the CIA encourages or condones for its own officers. And the reason is because each CIA officer is an American citizen first, which means they are entitled to all the rights, privileges, and protections of any American citizen. So just like you can't force someone into a sexual act against their will, you can't order someone to execute a sexual act against their will. So CIA very much prides itself on professionalizing all of its officers to keep sex completely separate from operations. That said, foreign countries have learned that American culture and American ideology is one that is oftentimes repressed or intimidated by the concept of sex. For as powerful a country and as wealthy a country as we are still very sexually repressed. So it's a very successful operational tactic for foreign countries to use sexpionage against American targets, because in a foreign country, the individual does not have the same rights and protections that a US citizen has. So perhaps China would order a Chinese intelligence officer to have sex with an American target, or Russia would order it, or Belarus would order it, right? Because they have a completely different set of governing guidelines for their citizens. And they know that American citizens are susceptible to love, acceptance, physical intimacy, and oftentimes we feel guilty about it because we were built on a Christian foundation. The simple fact is that the future outlook for any first world country, and the United States included, is dark, it's bleak, it's difficult. In my assessment, World War III has already started. World War III has been going on for almost a full decade now. When you think about World War I and World War II, the two conflicts were totally different, even though they were only a few decades apart. And when you think about how war has evolved since World War II, to Vietnam, to Desert Shield, Desert Storm, through to even what we did in Afghanistan and Iraq, the nature of war is always evolving. Why would we think World War III would look anything like World War II, nuclear weapons and superpowers? Instead, World War III is based off of common current military doctrine, which the most current military doctrine is the doctrine of proxy war. When you have two vested competitors who are funding proxies to fight on their behalf. What was Syria? What was Libya? What is Yemen? What is Ukraine? What is Israel? These are all countries that the conflict is being funded by outside aggressors who are really trying to compete with each other. It's the Chinese and the Russians and the Indians and the British and the Americans and the Canadians all funding conflict through these poorer third world countries. That is the definition of proxy conflicts, because you can risk international power without risking your own citizenship's lives. This is the world that we live in. Your allies are not your allies because they believe in you. Your allies are your allies because you serve some sort of need that they need. It's very much a business transaction. They have a need, you have a service, and vice versa. I left CIA in 2014 for family reasons. And when I say family reasons, I don't mean something went wrong with my family. I meant I had a family, and I could quickly see that the life CIA wanted for me was not the life that I wanted for my family. My wife, who's also a CIA officer, she and I met at CIA. We met and lived and worked undercover. We had our first child in 2013, and by the time that child was 1 year old, we quickly saw that we were consistently choosing work ahead of parenthood. Even though we had chosen to become parents, the thought that kept me up at night was I was constantly wrestling with, do I pick my career over my child or my child over my career? And the fact that I was having that struggle at night is what cued me in to the reality that CIA didn't care about me. CIA just saw me as another resource, another number, another person to do the job. But my son would never see me that way. My children of the future would never see me as something that's replaceable. Well, when I took that message to my supervisors at CIA and I tried to find a way that I could be a present father, but also be an effective CIA officer, they didn't have any patience for that discussion. It was a very clear either-or choice to them. They were not prepared for my answer, and they were not prepared for the answer of the people who came after me. Because from 2014 to today, CIA has seen a mass exodus of talent, because the old ways of trying to coerce people to stay in your system isn't working for the modern day professional. Now we are choosing to use CIA as a stepping stone. People are choosing to work at CIA because they care about service for a period, but then they also care about building their own resume. They focus on building their career opportunities. They focus on building their wealth. And you can't do any of those things from within the confines of Langley, Virginia. When I first left CIA in 2014, I went into about a 6-month period of time where I was unemployed. And a part of my unemployment was because leaving CIA, you still remain in a cover status, which means that you are still technically unable to disclose your CIA affiliation. However, all of the protections that you had, where the phone numbers to call and references that would say that you worked for them, those references and those protections are gone. There are even scenarios where both the husband and the wife are undercover and married, where the children don't know. And a big part of that is because in that secrecy agreement that you sign, there's also a disclosure where you have to say that you will ask permission from CIA before you disclose your true affiliation to your own children. And that way, you don't tell your 6-year-old that you're a CIA officer and then have them go brag to all their friends. Instead, you're now legally culpable for keeping the secret from your own family. My resume had references and previous work experience that never answered the phone and never responded to emails. So I couldn't even put together a decent resume to get a job. After 6 months of going from a successful CIA officer to an unemployed loser dad with your wife and your kids living in your in-laws' garage. It was a humbling experience. After leaving CIA, I discovered how much the CIA training and the skill sets that they had given me translated into everyday life. Business life, career life, relationships, family, social life. Because what CIA really teaches at its core is psychological frameworks, psychological mental models and systems of thinking that give you an edge, an unfair advantage over your opponent. Well, in normal everyday society, where nobody else has learned these psychological frameworks or processes, if you know them and other people don't, you have an unfair advantage in every element of life. And once I made that connection myself by using my CIA skills to get promoted in a corporate job, using my CIA skills to rapidly grow a new business, using my CIA skills to find and acquire partners and financiers to grow my business. What CIA is most concerned about is the disclosing of its operational secrets, not the secrets that it uses to optimize its own officers. All I needed to do was execute just like a CIA operation against a specific target that had an opportunity that I wanted. And that's how I got into a Fortune 7 company, CVS Health, by essentially cultivating an asset out of a senior executive who gave me a job sight unseen that was senior enough in position that all I had to do was perform. And then once I got into the role, I used more CIA skills to rapidly learn the job, to build relationships and alliances with other people who were already there, to help other people succeed and look good to their boss. And then 4 years later, I was promoted 4 times. It was a rapid experience that showed me how immediately tangible CIA skills were in the corporate setting, the business setting, and everyday life. And that's how I built my company, Everyday Spy, by teaching the skills that optimize CIA officers to work in all elements of life, in all elements of their health, all elements of how they build wealth and run a career, and all elements of their relationships and professional networking. Bleak is still honest, man. If you want to look at the world through a lens of optimism, by all means, do it. But if you want to look at a world where you will have a strategic advantage in the future, you have to see it for what it is. When I look at the future of the United States, it's important to understand 2 things. First, I'm looking at the future of the United States through the lens of a 43-year-old business owner and father of an 11-year-old and a 6-year-old. I have 2 children that aren't even of teenage years yet. And their young professional life won't really start until they're 19 to 21 years old. It's my responsibility now to think of the environment they will have when they are 20 years old. They can't make that decision for themselves. So when I think about the United States 9 years from now, 10 years from now, do I think the United States will be the best place for my 20-year-old son and my 16-year-old daughter to find opportunity? I'm not so sure that that's the case. I'm not so sure that the United States of 10 years from now won't be more divided, less powerful, more controlling from a federal government control of citizenship state. I'm not convinced that that's going to be the best foundation for my children to have opportunities, which is why I plan to leave the United States in the next 5 to 7 years, because I want to give them the opportunity to have success. In my estimation, the best opportunity for anybody who has a business, who has wealth, who's growing wealth, or who's growing any kind of business acumen, the best place to grow and succeed in the future is actually less likely to be the United States and more likely to be some other third nation. Until the United States has the time to go through its adolescence. The countries that are on my short list of places to seek opportunity for my children, there are countries in Europe like Portugal or Spain, Italy, Croatia. There are countries in Latin America. We specifically look at Costa Rica. We've looked at Mexico. There are countries that are very wealthy countries like Switzerland or Norway. There are countries all across Africa. These countries are not perfect in and of themselves, but where they are imperfect is different than where we are going in our own imperfection. Because where we are going is more towards a state of chaos and unpredictability, whereas many of these other third world countries or developing countries have very predictable systems. They may be corrupt, but they're predictably corrupt. There are many countries in the world where $10,000 can get you basically anything you want. Where here in the United States, $10,000 in the bank doesn't even qualify you for a home loan, right? How do you deal with that? How do you assess the impact of that on the future state of the family that you're trying to build?
Hi, I'm a producer on Authorized Account. If you like this episode, then you should check out our new podcast and comment below with the names of people you'd love to hear us interview.